saying bye to each other. Is that true? Okay, we'll see the tears later on then.
Amazing. So text your friends and those that are not here. I know some have gone for the tree planting, but those that are still coming, let them know that we're about to start the session. And we want to start this day in a very interesting way for the first 5 minutes before we invite the moderator for the first session. We want to get your reflections from yesterday, and we're just going to give the mics randomly. I'll allow Jodahi to pick who gets to give reflections, but you can also shoot your hand up. There's one reflection there.
Good morning. My name is Joylene from Zimbabwe. So from yesterday, I would like to just say one thing that I've learned from the South African guy. I forgot his name. I learned that most of the times youth are represented in conferences, whether it's in climate change conferences and meetings, but most of the time their voices are not heard. And when they are heard, sometimes their voices are not implemented, their ideas are not implemented. And it is of paramount importance that we take youth voices, we implement, they also try to influence policy.
Amazing. Let's appreciate her for the reflections.
Okay, thank you. My name is Agai and a lawyer. Yesterday we have learned a lot. It was more than the starting point of the session, but we understand that how much youngs are strong enough and how much the young are influential, not only in a continental places, but as an international. So we have seen the declaration. So in the declaration and on the discussion, things are pending and things are not implemented. So we have to know that things are becoming more serious to deal with it. So young people have to make themselves ready for the upcoming project. The big projects are coming to our life. That is influencing the continent. That is influencing Africa. That is making Africa united. That is making people united. That is making the official united and think about the unity of Africa youth. The more thing is that the organization and the government has gave a great concern to climate issues. Climate issues is apart from the academic issue. Climate issues is about the life. Climate issue is about breathing well. Climate issue is about living and not living. So we have to choose from living or not living. All of us need to live. All of us need to breathe clear air. All of us need to live in a clear environment. So we all are here to manage our environment. Thank you for having such a session. Thank you very much.
Can I have another reflection?
Hello, everyone. My name is Manyok Andrew from South Sudan. I'm actually delighted to be here today. This is my second day and the first time to attend. What I learned yesterday is the fact that whereas we must have organizations which bring people from different walk of lives, climate justice can actually begin from an individual point of view. For example, when I decided to be a climate activist, I had to, before I actually formed an organization, I had to actually take a practical action towards climate change. Which action is, before I got a bottle yesterday, I had mine already. I've said no to plastic water bottles because these plastic water bottles can take about 400 to 500 years to decompose in the soil. And these are the issues which affect the marine lives. So if we really want to tackle climate change, we must change our mindset before we talk big things. From your house, from yourself as individual, and we will achieve it if we now join efforts. Thank you so much.
Wow, that's so powerful. Anyone else that wants to add their reflections?
Thank you. My name is Gutama. I'm from Ethiopia. Yesterday we had a great session. It was really, really a great time. Uh, but what I want to add is that we demand justice, but the just we demand is that it is just that arises from obligation. We have a right to demand that just. So as long as we have a right, there is an obligation that coexists with our right. So someone has to bear that obligation. So who is causing the damage to us? Who has been causing and who caused that damage has to bear that obligation. So we demand justice still, and that justice has to be arising out of obligation. So our justice, our rights exists with someone who has to bear the obligation. So we are demanding justice, and that justice arises from obligation of others. So bear in mind that it arises from obligation. No gift, no generosity. It is an obligation for someone else. Thank you.
You can take the last one.
Bonjour, je vais parler français. Donc, je voulais parler sur le fait que dans nos continents, il y a des conflits. Et en réalité, la plupart des conflits, quand on fait des recherches, c'est dû aux problèmes climatiques. Donc, c'est extrêmement important que l'ensemble de la jeunesse africaine, comme se réunit ici, et puisse renforcer les synergies de leurs actions. C'est extrêmement important et de s'engager davantage sur les questions communautaires, sur les conflits communautaires liés au changement climatique. Parce que c'est au début, les problèmes, c'est du changement climatique et à la fin, ça devient au niveau national et qui peut régénérer dans d'autres pays. Donc, engageant davantage sur les problèmes communautaires vis-à-vis des questions climatiques.
Hi everyone. So it's Sergey from Senegal. So I'm a financial manager. Thank you. Well, I heard about many things and it's very important. So what I want to add is we youth, we have to fight against this. And the first things to fight against this is we have a lot of tools, which is the communication. Guys, you are very influenced on TikTok, on Instagram, on Facebook. You have a lot of pages. You have a lot of potential because each of you are speaking more languages. For instance, me, I'm speaking 4 languages. So why not telling them to my community, for example, digital community, to tell them the situation of my country? And then influence them in the good way by telling them, you have to do this in order to fight against climate change. There are some people that are in the world, they even don't know exactly what's happening in Senegal. And others don't know what's happening in Cote d'Ivoire. And the thing is, the problem of that is solved in Cote d'Ivoire can be the problem of Senegal, and then they cannot find the solution. So first of all, we have to behave, change our behavior, and then influence people via communication, our digital communication. Thank you. That's what I wanted to add.
Thank you so much for those reflections. We know that there's a lot of issues regarding African problems, regarding conflict, regarding communicating our problems in alignment, bringing in our solutions in one under one bracket is really a big essential points that has been made, and we're very thankful for those reflections. Next up.
So next, I think that was an amazing way of initiating a high-level intergenerational dialogue because we have amazing people in the house. And we said the amazing people in the house are the youth of? Amazing. So I want to now invite our moderator for this high-level intergenerational dialogue. And that is none other than all the way from Nigeria, giving up for Olomide Idowu.
Good morning. Good morning. Yes. Let me first of all appreciate the organizing committee for putting this together for the second time uh, for young people in Africa. My name is Olumide Idowu, and I'm from Nigeria. For the next couple of hours, let me say 1 hour, 30 minutes, I'm going to be moderating this first session, and we are going to be looking at is an high-level intergenerational dialogues on how young people actually, get to understand, unlocking youth power for accelerated global climate solution and financing for African resilience and green development. And we are going to be looking at how we can, explore how collaboration across generation can accelerate Africa's leadership in climate action and financing innovation while ensuring that young people are not just participating, but drivers of resilience and green development. I'm also sure that everybody, we are very ready to gain from these wonderful speakers. And I will be calling on the high table here. Let me first of all call on the first speaker today, Alex Ewing. Please, if I don't pronounce your name very well, pardon me. Yeah, I'm from a local community in Nigeria, and the way we pronounce it might be a little bit wrong. So I will be calling on Mr. Alex Ewing, right? Owen. Yes, he's a special advisor to the CEO of the Children's Investment Fund Foundation. Please give him a round of applause. I will also be looking at one of my long brother, Obed Koringo from Care International. Please also give him a round of applause. I also have Gloria Kaberia, the regional adolescent and youth lead from UNICEF. Yeah, please give her a round of applause. Sorry, is that from the online? Okay. So we also have one of our children representative from Nature Lovers of Ethiopia, Ebron Aile. Welcome. I think we're having a balanced panel, right? But I've not seen, it's not yet balanced. I'm sorry. Now we have Davis Ruben from Rise Up Movement. Rise Up Movement. Why is Davis? Okay, Davis, welcome. So I'm going to give you, let me allow Davis to sit. So I'm sure we're going to make this a lot of, interactive. I'm not going to bore you with a lot of questions because I want the audience to also have, time to also get something to say to us. So I'm going to give you just 30 seconds or about to tell us about what you do and what to bring on the table. Yeah, so let me start from this.
Thank you very much. My name is Davis, and I'm a programs lead with TAD Foundation and support Rise Up Movement. I work with grassroots activists, and I hope to share my experiences here working with youth and also to learn from other individuals as well.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Gloria Kaberia. I work for UNICEF at the Eastern and Southern Africa Regional Office, leading on adolescent and youth development, which involves all of you, making sure your voices are heard, making sure you have the right to education, to clean water, to health, and to be here. Nice to meet you all.
Hello, my name is Hebron Haile, and I came representing Nature Lovers of Ethiopia, and it's a pleasure to meet you. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning again. Good morning. What do we want? When do we want it? My name is Obed Koringo. I work with Care International as a climate policy advisor. As you can see from my beards, I'm not a youth. So I'm here to share my knowledge of experience, especially in climate action, but also to share what organizations like ours, like CARE, how they can partner with you, especially in ensuring that we
enhance youth leadership in climate action. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. My name is Alex Irwin. I'm special advisor to the CEO, Kate Hampton, who many of you may know, at the Children's Investment Fund Foundation. We are an independent philanthropic foundation. We have offices around the world: London, Addis, Nairobi, Delhi, Beijing, and we're one of the largest, if not the largest, independent funder of climate action in the world, including a very large funding portfolio in Africa. We're also very pleased to be supporting the Youth Assembly as well. So I'm here to share what we do, but also really here to listen. It's always, and you probably hear this a lot, but it's always very much my favorite thing to do, to come to the youth events at events like this, and just hear what you're all up to and work out how we can support. So thanks for having us.
Yeah, thank you very much. Please give them a round of applause. I quickly want to share a story before we kickstart. You know, when we talk about unlocking youth power, I remember some years. How many of you guys are part of the Nairobi Summer School, Climate Summer School? Oh, exactly. Yeah, I can see the most of you guys. I just want to share a personal story with you that if you have a friend that is waiting to be part of it, please let them be part of it very far, because it has been a foundation for most of us. I think I was the first set of Nairobi Summer School, and I can tell you that it's a platform that will actually open you up to collaboration, innovation, and support. It is left for you to now make use of the platform to grow, apart from what you are doing from your country. So being a leader, or you want to take leadership position, then you need to understand that all those weeks that you spend in the Nairobi Summer School is very, very important. So I just want to put that in our mind that we should continue to, open that book and read them again. So let me quickly go back to the panel. And I want to start with my friend there from the children representative. It's very good. When I was saying it yesterday, we don't need the table again. He's already on the table. So I want to quickly ask you, because it's very important that when we talk about unlocking, it's very important for young people, because it's a place that we really need to understand how we can actually take our position. So looking at African young people, what do you think? How do you think we can continue to harness our power, when it comes to the issue of local and the global stage? What is your perspective on that?
Sorry, can you repeat the question, please?
Children and youth. Okay, so my question is very simple. How can African young people actually harness and drive local and global action?
We as nature lovers of Ethiopia have, personally, I would say, have made a significant amount of growth this past few years. And we have been doing activities like cleanups, awareness creations in different schools for students, tree planting and cleanups and so on. And as a group of Team Nature Lovers of Ethiopia, we all believe in the saying called small action, big impact, which means doing things step by step. Yeah, so that's
okay. So I will come back to you, because I really wanted to talk more of actions that you people are doing to harness the power of local and global. Let me come to my sister Gloria from UNICEF. UNICEF have been doing a lot, even through the Gen project, Unlimited project, which is I think is one of the powerful projects that's going on across Africa now. What does the intergenerational solidarity looks like in the practice, on how can it actually accelerate resilience and green development? Because when you look at the Unlimited Generation project, it's actually helping young people to have a portal. I think it's called Yola or something? Yoma, which is very, very important for everybody that is. I want you to speak more on that and how young people can take leadership using that platform for opportunities.
Thank you so much. So I'll speak from the basis of where UNICEF starts and other international organizations. So we have the biggest component of ensuring that young people are equipped with the right skills, skills to survive, skills to thrive, and especially the skills to be able to tap into the climate space. So when we speak about some of these practices, we have two programs that are run by UNICEF. We have the Generation Unlimited, which is across the continent, east, south, west, and north. And then we have the Youth Africa Marketplace, which has a component of it that's called the Green Rising. Through this, young people are equipped with skills to help them to know, who am I? What do I mean to my family? What do I mean to my community? And how does climate impact me and my community? And how can I bring about change? Then we have the investment in job creation. Through GenU, YOMA, and Green Skills, we have created a platform through which young people can get skills that then equip them to either be civically, socially, or economically engaged. So as a young person who's a climate advocate, you have your voice talking about climate, what you believe, educating your people, but also making money out of it. And there's so many ways that you can do that. Then we have things around youth development funds, which we can tap onto through small grants and different groups that come together and get money. Then we have a big component where we equip young people with skills across art and sports. So this is all around ensuring as a young person, you're equipped with skills. As a young person, you have access to the platforms that help you connect you to private sector and to other donors, and then also give you a platform to meet with governance, to have a seat at the table, and be able to make decisions that affect you and your community. Thank you.
Yeah, please give her a round of applause. Thank you so much. I can say that I'm one of your beneficiaries. So it's very, you guys should just try as much as possible to, connect with Gloria immediately after this conversation so that you can be able to maximize the opportunity, especially for Yoma, because there's a lot of opportunities on that platform for African youth, which is, we cannot even, emphasize. Like, there's a lot of opportunities on that platform. Let me come to Alex. Yeah. It's very interesting that there's a lot of investment in young people, a lot of opportunities for young people, most especially when you look at the African continent. I just quickly want to look at how do you, and from the perspective of children investment, how do we turn African demography dividend into the drive of prosperity and even resilience, and looking at it in a global climate space? Or let me say, how are you actually investing into children and youth in the sense of making sure that they are not only getting the opportunity to travel, but opportunity to have investment that turn to opportunities for them, so that they will be able to talk about the climate conversation and entrepreneurship way.
Yeah, it's a great question. And the way that we think about it at SIF, and the way that I think about it, is there are two ways you can make that investment. You can invest in the spaces around young people. And I say young people, I also count myself as a young person. I don't mean to sort of say that as if I'm not part of that group, but you can invest in the spaces around them. So at SIF, we were the early seed funder of the Children and Youth Pavilion at the COP, for example. We've funded this event, for example. But at the same time, you have to go a step further than just investing in spaces around, and you have to actually invest in young people and enable them to participate, as you're saying, in decision making, in financing decisions, in political decisions. Examples of how we might think about doing that is we institutionalized, or were part of the group of funders that institutionalized the Youth Climate Champion within the COP process, and that takes the youth voice right to the center of the COP presidency. So that goes a step beyond there being a pavilion, and that takes a youth voice right into the heart of COP decision making. And then you can even go a step beyond that, and it's getting funding to youth-led organizations. And so I'm sure there's a lot of people in the room who are familiar with the Youth Climate Justice Fund. SIF funded the initial scoping study on which the Youth Climate Justice Fund was established. And that organization now, I think, has grants of about 100 or 115 youth-led grassroots organizations. So you're going from the journey of perhaps where the sector was 5-10 years ago, just supporting events, supporting travel, as you say, right down now to saying, okay, well, young people understand the problems much better than someone sitting in an office in a capital city does. So how do we get money to them in a way that's quick, efficient, and really trusts them to lead?
Yeah, thank you very much, Alex. Thank you very. Sorry, I think I just want to let you know that we have translation, interpretation is going on. Maybe you can get I think it's in French, right? French and English. All right. Okay, so let me come to Davis. From what I have heard, the Rise Up movement has been a very fantastic opportunity for a lot of young people. That are you part? How many of you are part of Rise Up movement? Oh, okay. So let me come to, there's this narrative in Africa about young people that they always tell us that youth are the leaders of tomorrow. And when you look at it very well, tomorrow is today. So I want you to bring it in a perspective. Are we really the young leaders of today? And what do you think are the things that we need to start doing to make sure that we are not only seeking for the table, but we are seeking for implementation and be part of the table? You have the floor.
Thank you very much. I believe that actually for you to be a leader tomorrow, you need to start being a leader today. And first of all, the fact that we're able to have this space that has been organized by the youth and has been championed by the youth is a sign that the youth are actually leaders in the present now. And this continue to serve as a testament that youth have the power to start leading now when supported right. There are things that the youth we need to continue doing to show that we are actual leaders right now is to continue building cross-generational collaborations within us and the older generation, because those are the people that we are going to replace later on in the future. So when we start doing this cross collaboration across generations, we are able to, first of all, learn the skills, able to build our experience when it comes to leadership. And that consequently shows that actually you are not waiting for tomorrow to lead, but you are leading even in the present. And I believe that the youth are actually doing that now in different spaces, in different communities, from where they come from.
Yeah, thank you very much, Davis. And for me, I also think that it's very important that every action that we do today reflect what is going to happen tomorrow as young people. And that is how we need to start seeing us, whether in politics, whether in climate, health, any other related issues, is very important. Let me come to our Care International, Mr. Obed. You said when you were introducing yourself that we can see that you are no more young, and it's very important that you've passed through this stage, and you've also, through Care International, you've created a lot of space for young people. So I just want to quickly, as an older generation, that creates more international space through the organization for young people to lead, innovate, and actually make decisions. What has they been one of the critical, or let me say, one of the success story that you think Care International have actually done for young people? And how do you think these wonderful and beautiful young people here can tap into what Care International is doing and how they can take leadership role?
Thank you. I think that's a very relevant question for me as older generation. Yeah. Yeah. So first of all, let me start by acknowledging, the fact that currently we have more than 70% of the population who are youth, and they have the energy, they have fresh ideas, they have all that it takes to be able to engage meaningfully in both policy and climate action. And it's upon us as older generations to be able to recognize that and ensure that they are meaningfully engaged. As my brother said, we need to ensure that we do that cross generational collaboration, and of course moving from token participation to genuine leadership, and actually giving the youth a chance to be able to adequately engage and participate meaningfully. At Care International, we have a number of programs that we have implemented in the past and that we are still currently implementing. Way from, right from the Green Jobs program that we actually are working together with the youth in various sectors, energy sector, agriculture, and of course, most of those also entail innovation and supporting, working with the youth innovators to be able to scale some of the solutions that they're developing. In various countries. We are doing this in Uganda, we are doing this in Ethiopia, Somali, Niger, Burkina, Mali, and other African countries, and of course in Asia. So through this, I think we have come to recognize the really the immense innovative ideas that youth have, and we have deliberately moved ahead to establish or create a new program that actually is going to enhance the youth and young women leadership. And this program actually is will begin from January next year. And the key objectives of this program is to enhance leadership capacity and policy engagement of women and youth by equipping them with the relevant knowledge, skills and tools, facilitate mentorship, peer support, and sustained learning opportunities, including participation. So we have various key program components within this program. Capacity strengthening, mentorship and coaching. We also have a component where we are going to enable participation and influence, especially in global processes, because many a times youth have very good ideas, very good sort of innovations, but they don't have that platform to be able to showcase some of these ideas they have. So this program is going to support the participation. And of course, look at highlighting their impact and success stories. So we look forward to launching this very soon, and possibly have some of you who have passed through the Nairobi Summer School to be able to actually be part and parcel of this program. Because one of the gaps that we have actually identified is, especially when you do these trainings, is beyond the trainings, there's nothing else. So we need to work beyond the trainings and actually work with you to be able to even sort of ensure that those ideas that you have come into reality. So at CARE, especially CARE Denmark, where I work with, that is a program that we actually, I'm going to lead, and I'm happy to engage further on this. Yeah, so having said that, I think probably I'll be able to share more, but youth really, they are ripe, and we older generations really need to recognize that youth are skilled, they have more fresh ideas, and they're also innovators. So we need to share that decision-making power with them and ensure that they're actually at part and parcel of the platforms and the spaces that we engage. Provide that mentorship and knowledge transfer, and of course ensure that they access those resources. Because many a times you have very good ideas, but you don't have the resources. And of course, we also need to trust that you can deliver. So from where I sit, that's what I can sort of say for now. Thank you so much.
Please give Mr. Obed a round of applause. Thank you so much for that. I'm still coming back to you because that one can be like an abstract for young people. And these two questions is going to Gloria and Alex. When you look at the table, it's very, arranged in a way that we have the international face. And I quickly want to share with you, because most times, accessibility for innovative ideas is very, very, challenging for young people. And like I said, just to let us know that not everybody will be in the leadership position, but everybody will also be part of, making things happen. And looking at the idea of unlocking the potential of young people, most times the issue they have is how to access funding, how to access opportunities, and also how to access those leadership opportunities that can put them in the that stage. So looking at Children Investment Fund and looking at UNICEF, is there an area that the young people should be looking at when they want to assess all these opportunities. Because some like if you look at UNICEF, for instance, we have UNICEF in different countries. The way UNICEF in Nigeria is running activity might be different from the idea of UNICEF in Kenya or UNICEF in Rwanda. And looking at looking at children investment as well, there might be a mechanism whereby they can approach you in seeking for support or funding or stuff. So I want you to, give them a sort of background. If people want to approach you in seeking for those kind of opportunities. Let me start from UNICEF.
Thank you very much. And just to pick up from where I left, for all of you who will be at ACS, we have a UNICEF pavilion. And in that pavilion, you will have access to YOMA, Generation Unlimited, and Green Skills. So if you have time, please drop by the pavilion. There will be people there at all times to tell you more about those three activities, which are very much linked to climate, climate justice, climate action, and green-related opportunities on how to make sure you access and you benefit from some of these programs. UNICEF operates in over 190 countries, most of them in our continent. However, we have something we call a strategic plan. That plan is the governing umbrella for all of us. And each region, we have 3 regions in Africa: Middle East and North Africa, West and Central Africa, East and Southern Africa. Each of these regions has their own priorities based on the needs and the gap analysis that has been done. Each country in those areas also has priorities. For instance, the priorities in South Africa are very different from those in Ethiopia, very different from Kenya, very different from South Sudan. So it's up to us as young people to be thirsty for information. Some of us miss out on things because we don't read, we don't ask, and when we ask, we feel like we are not adequate. UNICEF really works with the most vulnerable young people. We have the policy of leave no one behind. Today I'm here as the only girl, only woman, sorry, I'm not a girl. And next time, Elizabeth et al., let's get this panel balanced because we need to see more women at the sitting table. We've seen a lot of women driving change. When a 16-year-old sees a panel that is very male heavy, she will think there are more opportunities for boys out there than there are for girls. Contrary to that, opportunities are there for everyone. So next time, let's have more girls up here. Let's have more women up here. So our policy of leave no one behind is makes sure that we reach the most vulnerable. We reach those who cannot be reached. And how do we do this? We make sure we have a gap analysis, a needs analysis, work with governments, CSOs, and above all, youth and women-led organizations. If you go to our UNICEF website, you'll see a component where we have a call for youth-led organizations, women-led organizations. Please register there and we can get to work with you, partner with you. With other opportunities, there are different ways of making sure that you have access through the country office in which UNICEF works and through partners that we partner with. We partner with amazing partners like Save the Children, Care International, CIF is our donor. So we work with many people. So get the information. If you have the information, UNICEF will help equip you with skills to be able to negotiate, to be able to write proper proposals, to be able to sit at the table and take up that space. Often we are also given a seat, but when we get there, we become part of the table, but not contributing to the table. So let's remember that opportunities come, but you have to be prepared to take up those opportunities. We've noticed in the recent 5 years, there's a group of young people who know where every opportunity is. They know how to grab it, how to take it, how to be part of it. How do we make this information known to everyone? And that's where the intergenerational dialogue comes in. Elizabeth is empowered. She speaks to other young people, passes down the information. We have something we call the peer-to-peer approach, the cascade knowledge management system, where I know this, I tell Davis, he tells him, he tells someone else, so that we all get equal access to the opportunities. There is an individual aspect to it. You've been given the opportunity. What you do with it is all on you. So let us remember Agencies provide the opportunities. We get to know about them, but we have to be ready to take that up. Get the seat at the table. If it's not there, grab a chair. Come with your own chair, but don't be part of the furniture and the table, but you really have to have your voice heard. Thank you.
Thanks so much. And that was a really brilliant answer. So I don't want to go over ground that was covered there. But just to say, again, there's a number of different ways, I think, to answer this question. If you're someone who's sitting in the room right now and is thinking, I have a brilliant idea, but I don't know what to do with it or where to take it, SIF also has a pavilion at ACS over the next 3 days. Come and see us. Come and see me after the event. We are a big organization. Our endowment is $6 billion. We have $3 billion in the field at any one time. We can't necessarily do small scale retail granting at the level that a new organization might need, but we have the networks and we know where the help is. And we've also set up institutions to try and solve that problem. I mentioned the Youth Climate Justice Fund. The idea of that organization, which is relatively new, but it's got grants out, as I say, to over 100 organizations already, is to take a big sort of international organization like SIF and move money much closer to the ground and empower people to move it quickly to youth-led organizations. So if you don't know the Youth Climate Justice Fund, I would very, very strongly recommend you Google them and find out more about them. And to the previous point about information, and I think there was a colleague earlier from Senegal in the early section who mentioned social media. There really is no substitute for just putting yourself out there. If I think about LinkedIn, if I think about whatever social media I use, there is such a wealth of information about the types of opportunities that are available to you. And that can be funding opportunities, like a call for pitches from an organization like the Youth Climate Justice Fund, or it can be fellowship opportunities, leadership development opportunities. And when I think about my own career, I've done 2 programs with Aspen and Carnegie that have situated me in cohorts that have allowed me to greatly level up the power I have in sort of charting my development path. Because in every single one of those people that you meet in one of those programs, you have another source of information, another potential collaborator, another person who might identify for you that funding opportunity or that job opportunity that could really change your career. So go and look for those programs. And again, to the previous point, don't expect anyone to give them to you. Right? That is such an important point. You have to put yourself out there and you have to be willing to take a rejection. Like, that is a big part of moving through your professional career. You don't get every opportunity that you want. But that doesn't mean that you're on the wrong path, and it doesn't mean you should quit. It might be the 5th application, the 6th application, and that can be incredibly infuriating. And a lot of these applications are overly laborious, overly technocratic, and there's a huge amount to do on that end as well. And that's organizations like SIF and UNICEF have to look at that. But it might be the 5th or 6th application that changes your career, changes your life, changes your ability to deliver impact. And so really keep pushing. And yeah, keep sharing as well, because the worst thing you can possibly do, related to the point about getting a seat at the table and then kind of kicking the ladder away or becoming part of the furniture, is holding information to yourself because you think it will be beneficial to you and other people are competitors. No one in this room is a competitor with each other. Like, we're all part of the same challenge here. The moment that we start competing, we give the people that we're working against, and believe me, they are large in number, they're strong, they're powerful, they're well resourced, we give them just such a huge advantage.
Yeah, please give my brother a round of applause. Thank you so much. You know, there's something you mentioned about coming together to assess large funding, which is very, very important for young people. You know, and something that I think all of us here need to start looking at, especially the African Youth Assembly, to start looking at how can we come together to assess the bucket of funding that can support different countries. Let me quickly, before I come back to the panel, right? I notice we have some children among us here. If you are one of them, please raise up your hand. Yes, one. I just need like 5 of you. I want you to make contribution. I want you to tell us what are the needs, what are the challenges, what are the things that you are looking at to, to build yourself to the level of the people you are looking at. Can I see your hand? One, two. Are you a children? Are you a child? Are you a boy? Are you a girl? One. Sorry, please, can you stand up? Okay. You are. That's true. One, two, three. Please give them a round of applause. One, two, three. I need two more. Two. I can see. Maybe it's just looking. One walked out. Have anybody on this side? Okay, please. I don't know if somebody can help us so that we can hear from them. The money is sitting on the table. So ask for the money now. Let's hear from you. Please, if you I noticed that one of them left. Yeah.
Please, can you repeat the question?
Okay. So you are part of us, right?
Yeah.
Okay, good. So I want you to, can you tell us what are the challenges young people, children are facing when it comes to the climate space? It might not only be because there are relative issues that relate to climate change. What children are facing and what are the needs for children to make sure that they are also part of this conversation so they are not left behind like we talk about in UNICEF.
Oh, okay. So the problems that children face.
Sorry, your name? Maybe you
Okay.
can tell us your name and your country.
Sorry.
Yeah.
My name is Miranda Blankstanley. I am 13 years old. I'm the girl champion for Save the Children International. I am here to speak for children in Nigeria, in Africa, and around the world for those who care about our planet. So, climate change affects children in many ways. For example, now a child going to school, and then all of a sudden, flood just comes, and then the child's in front, and then the child just sees that a flood is coming, and then it sweeps the child along with the school, and then the child is displaced, separated from their parents and the community they live in, and that disrupts their education. It could also destroy farms and homes, leaving people without a place to stay. For example, in places like Plateau and Benue State, even Borno, they have faced a lot of challenges where children are affected and left without a home, or shelter, or food. And solutions to that is creating awareness and alerting people when the floods are coming or like high risk of flood. They should create awareness for people so that people know where to go to. People know where they should find shelter instead of like, because now in some areas when the flood comes and destroys their homes, they move to schools as temporal shelters because they don't have anywhere else to go. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So thank you for giving me this opportunity. My name is Joseph Theodos and I'm from Ethiopia, Save the Children. So in the issue of climate, there are lots of issues that can raise, but climate change, as we all know, is not just an environmental crisis. It's also a generational contracts that affect children in many ways. Children have the right to learn, to have get a safe environment. So if children cannot have, climate is stealing this kinds of child rights. Children cannot have an access for education because of the climate change we are facing currently. As my partner mentioned, if flood droughts are oftenly happen in the some circular area, children cannot have access for education. So climate change is affecting children rights directly, getting a clean water, living in a safe area. These are the main and criteria areas that have children rights. This is the main child rights. So climate change is affecting directly the children's right, living and survival and development, life, the right of life, right of education, the right of health. So we have to work more in climate change. We have to give awareness. We have to create more awareness on climate issue. As we are trying to do all our bestest to implement the climate change to improve, for example, green legacy, the huge project that changed the future of our planet, especially our country, Ethiopia, and the continent. We are trying to cover the whole country with the green legacy. So this is one part of our movement. So we need more. We need to do more things, because the thing is not, the issue is not a small issue. We need to do more things to implement, to address more things. Thank you.
Hello. So my name is Eldana Samuel, and I'm also from Ethiopia. I'm a former child parliamentarian, and now I'm working as a girl child advocate, advocating for children's rights. And so when it comes to climate crisis is a child right crisis, because if there's a climate change, of course, we're the most vulnerable part of the population, and it affects a lot of our rights, the right to our survival, life and survival and development, because it threatens our survival. The disasters threaten our survival, the right for education, health, because it threatens our mental and physical health. It may disrupt our education. And so I think, as a child rights advocate, we've been working on different issues, every child concerning issues, and climate change is one of our issues that we're working in and that we're advocating about. And the impact of climate change affects the children. The children are very vulnerable, but yet they are rarely given a voice in the decision making. So I think it's important to include the children to give in decision making, because international frameworks like the UNCRC remind us that children's got the right to participate in decision making, because their perspective, they bring different perspectives, very creative perspectives, and a lot of things, because you guys are working for us because we're the future. We're going to, whatever you're going to do. So, including ensuring that our voices are heard is not only a matter of justice, it's a matter of effectiveness. Because, as I said, children bring perspective, different perspectives, creativity, urgent insights into sustainable solutions. So, I think climate change is a child right issue, and protecting children today ensures safe and sustainable future for all of us. So, as I always say, the Article 12 of the UNCRC guarantee our right to be heard. So, voice for the children. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. It took me back to when I was 12 years old. And we always say that anything for us without us is not meant for us. She said we are their future. So let me, before I come back to the panel, I quickly want to now, we have the youngest person in the room. Please give her a round of applause. I'm a little bit scared now. After these three people, what they've said, I've actually summarized the solutions that we are looking for in the room. And it's just for us to now put the money in their pockets to implement programs and projects and to make them to be, part of. So let us hear from our very, would I say she's the youngest in the room? Okay, good.
My name is Sasha Chepkushking, the Green Ambassador and the Flammer Champion. Climate change is affecting everybody. Climate change is affecting everybody. It's affecting children most because of climate change. And I also want to say climate change is affecting children because of droughting, strong storms, and windy storms. They miss school and they are not able to meet their dreams. So children must be protected and given a chance to lead. Because if we rise up today, we secure our future for me, for you, and for generations to come.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Sorry, what's your name again?
What's your name? My name is Sasha.
Sasha. Sasha,
I'm the
thank you.
Flammer Champion.
Yeah, thank you very much. I wish you are going to give us the closing remark when you are done. Thank you so much. Just have your seats. Then we will come back to you guys very soon. So please give her another round of applause for that. I just pick it from the children. They say we are the future, right? we are also shouting that we are the future. They are also telling us they are what? The future. So before, sorry, please, can you take the mic back? Sorry. I just want to hear from just one young person now. From all what you've heard from these young people, what are you thinking? Are you feeling old? Do you think it's time? Yeah, okay, let me hear from my brother.
Thank you very much.
Please just have 30 seconds. Eh?
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. My name is Ambassador Tamrat Tasfaye from Ethiopia. I have two daughters, so I feel like emotional right now because the future of our children are at the table right now. So we should act it as much as possible. I'm very emotional. Thank you very much.
I love that. That was what I was looking for. I was so emotional. And quickly, I just want to know if we have any PACJA staff in the room. Yes. You are the staff? Okay. I wanted to ask, Nairobi Summer School of Climate Justice, do we have children part of the program?
No, for now, no,
That's
it's from
that's
18 to
that's a
35.
recommendation so that we can have more young people to start, and if we have other programs that can also inculcate children into the youth program, is also going to help us a lot so that we can have more of young children or young people like children like this to be talking about it. So let me come back to the panel now. And I'm specifically coming back to Davies and Ebron because you've listened to what the young people, the children have said. How do you feel? Do you think we now have the table, or do you think we still have some challenges that we need to solve? Because it has shown to us that children cannot be able to go to class. Their school is being wiped away by flooding. There's a lot of disaster going on. Even when the flooding is coming, to run for them is a big problem because they are still young. And you see my brother here saying he's so emotional about what is going on. What is running through your mind? Do you think this set of people are taking the leadership role? Or in future, like they say, we are their future, do you think they are going to be the next leaders that is going to actually change the narrative of the climate space? I just want to hear from you. Let me start from Abram, right?
Thank you for this. It's a very good question. And for those who answered the question, um, huh? I would be happy to. um, as we all know, climate change is a very big topic, and sorry, it's a very, very big topic, and we all know it's affecting not only adults and big people, also, as they said, children. I think personally, the only way to prevent this from floods and from climate change from happening, or bad disasters, is to decrease the amount of bad things that are doing that are doing this climate change. For example, um, uh, sorry. As I was saying, reduce things that are creating this disasters, and us as nature lovers, as I said, we're planting trees, creating awareness to adults, because we all know this problem is. Uh, have you ever heard of people saying, "Let the big problems be solved with for adults"? Well, that's something I personally do not believe in. and we should do everything that we can to decrease this disaster. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let me also hear from Davis.
Thank you so much. I've listened to the powerful submissions, and it's moving. It's emotional. It really puts a responsibility on us, even as the youth. You know, most times we the youth tell the older generation that we need to take up the table, but also the children look at the youth as the older generation. So that really puts a responsibility on us as the youth to pass the information that we have to the children, to pass the opportunities that we have to access such spaces to the children. I'll share one story. We had a workshop in Uganda, and there is a little girl, she's called Grace from Little Earth Soldiers. And she shared her story, how she put in her effort to attend the first Africa Climate Summit. And she told me that she had to take a bus from Uganda to Kenya. Now, she was telling me a youth who had taken a flight to come and attend the ACS, that same event. And that really highlighted the responsibility that we have, that if the youth are also able to, find better ways of travel to attend such events, surely we can find ways we can also pass down such opportunities for them to attend the same events in a more convenient way. She told me she's going to find a way again to attend this Africa Climate Summit. I think she hasn't yet arrived, but that goes to show how the youth are actually empowered and they are ready to do all that they can to have their voices heard and represented in such spaces. And when it comes to the question of whether do we have the table, I think until we see more children in these spaces, on these panels, then we shall be able to answer the question. And this is what I believe. Because when I was 12 years old, I don't think I knew anything about climate change. I was playing soccer and any other local game that I could play. But now we find that children actually, they have higher IQs at such an early age. And that is scientifically proven. So we need to trust them that actually they know what they are talking about. We need to trust them that they are knowledgeable at that young age and pass opportunities for them to enter decision-making spaces, and trust them that they can add valuable input, even in policy drafting, in policy recommendations. We need to make that happen, not only as the older generation, but even us as the youth, so that we prepare for our exit while we are still also adding input to the discussions.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm sure in the next 10 minutes we'll be close. Please give Davis a round of applause for that. I was also playing soccer, different kind of games. I think it was a little bit of environmental conversation. There was not really climate, but here we are today. We are now the future. So thank you very much for that. Now let me come to our elder generation. Mr. Abel have said to us, there is no more, but it's youth at heart. But now, you see, with all these challenges, all this conversation, and you sitting on a table that can actually empower and bring more young people together, I'm thinking about, you said there's going to be a program starting in January. Look at this beautiful and handsome face sitting down. We have multiple of them across Africa. What are the benefits do you think the Care International platform is going to bring to them? We've seen a lot of opportunities coming from UNICEF, coming from children investment, and I can tell you that we still have a lot of international bodies that are also coming up with ideas, opportunities for young people. Let's specifically look at the program coming up. How do you think young people can tap into this program, especially the children? Because you mentioned women and children, but we have the boys as well. Even the one sitting down on your right hand is a boy. How do you make sure that all these people can be able to tap into that opportunity so that no one is left behind? Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm equally amazed. So if you were saying you're older generation, then I'm a grandfather actually. So I feel like a grandfather. But having said that, I think it's quite impressive hearing that from the children. And as you said, they've already summarized what we came here to do. But just a quick reflections. This actually shows that we know, we have the knowledge, we know what is supposed to be done. Nobody should tell you that you don't have the skills or you don't have the experience. You already learned because you are at the forefront of the climate disasters, climate change. You're experiencing it firsthand. And then you are the best people to be part and parcel of decision-making processes, be it at national level, regional level, including the global processes. I mean, the youth are known for sometimes sort of making noise out there, shouting, but we need, for instance, I'm part of the negotiating team. I'm a negotiator on behalf of Kenya on adaptation, but we rarely see many youth actually being part and parcel of the party delegation. So we actually need to call this as part of the statement that we are actually adopting today. You need to indicate that youth need to be incorporated as part and parcel of the delegations and in the negotiations, because many a times you are just left at the periphery, yet you have the skills, you have the knowledge and the experience and the solutions, because you're already innovating in your various places. So having said that, coming back to your question, in terms of the Care Denmark program that we intend to start implementing from January, some of the gaps that we've seen, and I mentioned that earlier, is first of all, you find that you have innovations or you have sort of solutions at the local level that you're developing, but you don't know how to scale those solutions. So this program we don't have a lot of money like SIF or UNICEF, but we want to start small by identifying a few youth-led organizations, a few youth that are doing some interesting things, to start sort of giving them some seed money or seed funding to be able to scale some of those solutions or innovation that they're implementing. We're already doing that, of course, through Danida, but we now, this is a new program that is actually going to be targeted, especially on the youth that are being trained through these summer schools, through various training programs, but do not have anyone to hold their hand beyond the trainings. Secondly, you said that there's a lady or a child that is coming from Uganda. If that person probably had an organization that is able to support them with a flight ticket or accommodation, they will probably be here and being part and parcel of this discussion. So this program actually intends to sort of support a number of youth to attend, give them platforms. Like now the children, they have the experience, they have the knowledge. Most of them don't have the platform to be able to sort of air their voices. So we want to also provide that. And last but not least, of course, provide the relevant skills through, of course, training on negotiations, advocacy, by working through with other organizations like PACJA, Africa Youth Commission, and others who are actually engaged in these processes. So yeah, I hope I've responded to your question. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I just want to let you guys know that, we have these wonderful people, and I will try as much as possible to beg you guys to please connect with them, like what Alex said. Reach out to Alex. Sometimes it might not be your turn to get the funding, but to get your turn very soon. So try as much as possible. Go with concrete, questions, and something very, very important, because sometimes, like they said, we need to build skills, we need to build capacity for us to know what project is bankable or tangible for us to do. So that's the way. So please give them a round of applause for that opportunity. Yeah, I have some recommendations, and maybe after the session, I'm going to be based on what you've done. Let me come to the audience. I will just pick two from here, a male and female, a male and female. So let me see. One. Yeah, one. Let me look at the male. Can the panel pick for me? So that I don't little bit biased. Nobody's raising their hand up here. Okay, one. We have two female now. So you remain. Okay, so that man with same glasses. Yeah, you are looking. Yes, stand up. Then you. Then this is my sister here. We have one more male. If you don't have that, then I will just pick. No, I've gotten a male from here now. Now we don't have a. Let me take three females, one male. Is that okay? Gender balance. Is it balanced? Okay, so three females, two males. Is that okay? Okay, so you on black. Good. So let me start from here. So please, I'm giving you just 40 seconds. Please don't go beyond 40 seconds. Don't say thank you for the, just go straight to the, yeah. Let's leave that. Thank you. Thank you. Just go. If it is, sorry, guys, hope is not contribution. Is contribution? If you have contribution, sit down. It's questions we want for now. All right.
Okay, my name is Hayat from Ethiopia, and my question is for all the panelists. Where have you failed and struggled in your climate initiatives so the youth can learn from that? Thank
you. Okay, let's go to the man on black. Oh, no, the lady actually.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Priska Kajumba from Uganda. And my question is, well, we are here and we have shared very bright ideas, but how can we support indigenous youth and local communities so that we can champion locally led solutions and decentralize and try to localize the climate agenda as to the least, scale possible?
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Nsikake Kire from Nigeria. I have two questions. My first question is, what is the percentage of major climate projects awarded to young people? So we're not talking about hundreds awarded, we're talking about thousands to $1 million kind of projects. And the second one is, how do we tackle youth tokenism? So we have cases of youth advisory boards in Africa earning $50 to $115 a month, and we have counterparts earning about $1,500 to $3,000 in a month. How do we tackle youth tokenism in continents like Africa? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Malango Kaira. I'm from Malawi, and I'm not just representing my country, but I'm also representing my fellow young people back home. So my question goes to, I've forgotten the name, but the guy from Care International. I work with young people, I work with women, I work with children in schools and communities, and I'm interested in the new leadership program that you're about to launch next year in January. So I just wanted to understand, how would the program be championed at national level, and in what countries is the program going to be implemented? Is Malawi in the list or is not in the list? And if it is not in the list, how can my country benefit in that program? Because we have young people who needs to benefit from this program, and I would love to be part and parcel of this program that is to be implemented. Thank you.
The last
my name is Ilya Muhammad Makinta from Nigeria, representing the Lake Chad Climate Justice Youth Fellows. I have two questions to Care International representative and then the UNICEF. We are initiating projects under Lake Chad Climate Justice Fellows for those children and vulnerable communities that are affected by flooding and then the nexus of insecurity and climate change. So the project we are trying to pursue is under carbon credits. I don't see funding coming for organizations directly. Based on my searching, maybe I have limited search or knowledge about that for carbon credits to organizations, to fund organizations that are supporting carbon credits. For example, in 2023, I searched that in Kenya, all right, there are about 13 billion investment in carbon credits in 2023. So this is my question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Let me start from, who want to start? Stelbert? Who want to start? I don't think we have much. Yeah. UNICEF.
Okay, the question on challenges, was it personal challenges or organizational challenges? I'll go with organizational. Often is starting programs that are not sustainable and scalable. So we come with great ideas, but first there's no community buy-in, especially if you have projects that are addressing issues that certain communities do not believe in or do not ascribe to. So there's that component of first you require to partner with communities, community leaders, religious leaders, and the decision makers in those communities. So when you start programs that do not have a community grounding, they're most likely to not be scaled, they're most likely to fail, and they're most likely also to be rejected. So one of the biggest challenges is poor uptake of programs that are not looked at as common or do not ascribe to what that community believes in. A good example is young women and girls leadership in climate justice, ecofeminism, SRHR. There's so many things that communities don't easily take in. However, somebody mentioned localization. When you work with communities, when you work with youth-led and women-led organizations, you're able to overcome some of those challenges. 2025 has been a tough year. We had grand ideas, great ideas, but money just went away from February. So we were not able to scale programs. We were not able to sustain programs. So some of the biggest challenges are around poor community uptake, scalability, and sustainability. However, there are ways to work around that. We have Africa-grown solutions too. We have other donors that we can look up to, like CIF and others. So you just have to think out of the box. When challenges come, how do you get out of them? Working with indigenous youth, I'll speak for UNICEF, leave nobody behind. The first thing we do is work with local communities and work with those who are hardest to reach. And one way we've noticed that indigenous communities know solutions that work for them and their people. Again, women, children, and young people know what they're experiencing and what solutions would be sustainable, scalable, and acceptable in their communities. So once you work with those people, make sure that you include them in the design, implementation, evaluation, and monitoring, then you'll be able to make sure that you've reached everyone that you need to reach to with sustainable programs. The question on percentage, as you know, UNICEF does not give direct grants, our partners do, so I will not answer that. CIF will, maybe, and someone else. On tokenism, we have structured, systemized ways of ensuring youth participation is meaningful. We don't bring them here. We work with them throughout the year to be sure that we've instilled skills in them, skills for advocacy, okay, for self, for community, and for everything else. Then we ensure that they initiate programs that run out throughout the year, not the day we are going for a donor visit, not the day we are coming to the African Climate Summit. We also have something we call the Youth Advocacy Guide. This is something that is used to help young people become strong advocates. At UNICEF, we don't pay advocates. We facilitate young people who are part of our advisory boards. That is making sure they have a room, they have food, and they have transport to where we would like them to go. We don't pay you for being a youth advisory board member. We don't pay you for being a youth advocate, but we make sure that you have access to things that make sure you're able to be an advocate, you're able to speak to your peers, to your communities, and to fully tell us as an organization, what is it that you're doing right? What is it that you could change? And give you a complete seat at the table at all times, from UNGA to the community level engagements. On carbon credits, I will leave that to CIF to and care. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Let me come to
Yeah, thank you so much. I know there are some questions that have been directed to me, but on challenges, I think some of the challenges we mentioned are quite similar, especially when you realize that when you're implementing programs, sometimes you use a top-down approach, or that you don't do the necessary sort of assessment to understand the challenges that actually the communities are facing, and when you don't co-create that with them. So when we learned this, especially on the innovation project that we are doing in various countries, we adopted this human-centered innovation process, which actually starts with identifying the challenges together with the communities and those that we are actually implementing the program with. You sit down, you look at the challenges, and you come up with innovation challenges, like what solution areas, what are the areas probably that you think those solutions are required. And this is done in a co-creation manner together with the community. And through this, I think we've been able to address that challenge, which actually is about addressing the real solution, challenges that communities are facing without necessarily coming with your ideas, thinking that that is what communities need, yet they don't. About indigenous communities, I think I'll say the same thing. We have that not leaving anyone behind. So when we are engaging with the youth, we engage with the youth across the board, including from those indigenous communities. The question that was asked from the lady from Malawi, thank you so much for your interest. I may not be able to tell you much at this moment, but how we work, of course, CARE works through country offices. We are working on a modality in terms of how to identify the relevant youth that will be benefiting from this program. And if you can, after this week, I can give you the contacts for CARE Malawi and link you with them, and so that when that time comes, we will work closely with country offices. Having worked with, working with CARE Denmark, we don't do that directly. We work through the country offices in the countries that we are implementing our programs in. Then, I don't know whether I've responded to all questions. Carbon credits. Yes, we also we don't implement carbon credits programs. We know this is an area that also we need to learn more about and engage, so that we can engage, because sometimes, of course, most people don't know how carbon markets operate. Sometimes, of course, it has other issues that delve on human rights violations. So we need to understand it better, and of course, ensure that we have the relevant safeguards, for instance. But that's what I could say. But I would like to hear what my colleague from SIF says about carbon markets.
I'll try and be quick. I know there's a lot of questions, and as I say, I'll be around afterwards, and we'll be at ACS all week if you want to continue the conversation. The question on struggles, I would say you can be overwhelmed working on climate by a feeling that you individually are not making progress and we collectively are not making progress. Before I worked for SIF, I worked for the COP president. When the UK had the COP presidency, I was his speechwriter and a senior advisor. And we traveled the world. We went to a lot of negotiations, G7, G20 negotiations. And you'd sit in rooms and you would hear people argue about things that had been agreed in rooms like the one you were in 3 months ago, 6 months ago. And it can feel relentless that you're just trying to hold the line. But I saw a play recently, I don't know if anyone has seen it, about the Kyoto Protocol. And it was an interesting moment to reflect and look across now 30 years of the COP process and say, we have made, and this is much before my time, I'm not taking credit for it, but we have made remarkable progress over a 30-year period. And so sometimes just trying to zoom out and recognize that even if at the day-to-day it feels incremental, it is making significant macro progress. And to my previous point, if we weren't doing it, there is a large and well-funded opposition that would be taking advantage of that. So that's what I would say on struggles. On the question about localization, that is, I think, absolutely fundamental to how donors, funders, philanthropies are thinking about their work. I recognize it hasn't always been like that, but I can speak for SIF. All of our Africa climate strategy and our Africa development strategy is set by our Africa office. We have offices in Addis and Nairobi. They are the people who are running our strategy and deciding where our funding goes. And we never do work that isn't aligned with a government priority. So we work on the ground with governments to support and scale up the work they are doing on climate and development. And much of that work is designed at the community level based on listening. So I think that's a really important point, but recognizing that there's still a lot more to do on that. There was a question about the percentage of grant making that goes, I think, to youth-led organizations. As I mentioned at the start, SIF is the largest philanthropy in the world that focuses specifically on improving children's lives. The reality of that means that all of our grant making goes on youth and child-related issues. That is billions and billions of dollars over the 20 years that SIF has existed. I appreciate that is a different answer to the question of how much of that money goes to youth-led organizations specifically. That is a smaller number, of course it is. It is not a big enough number. I also recognize that, but we are doing the work to try and improve that. I mentioned the Youth Climate Justice Fund. I mentioned things like the Youth Climate Champion. And SIF is actually going through the process at the moment of developing and refreshing its strategy for meaningful youth engagement. So I'm hoping that that's moving in the right direction. The question on carbon credits, I have to say I'm not at all an expert on carbon credits. It's a highly complicated area. I wouldn't want to speak to that without that expertise, but our carbon credits lead for SIF is in town this week. And so if someone has a specific question, come and find me afterwards and I'd be happy to facilitate a meeting there. And also worth saying, again, to that point about supporting experts and supporting people on the ground who really understand these issues, we've done a lot of funding in the carbon credit space. So we've institutionalized organizations like the Voluntary Carbon Markets Initiative, the Africa Carbon Markets Initiative, who are working on a daily basis to really try and shape the local, national, regional, and global carbon markets regimes to make sure that they're equitable and fair and working for folks on both the demand and supply sides. And then the final point I'll make, I didn't totally catch the question, but there was this issue about the way that people are facilitated, supported, and remunerated to do youth advocacy and advisory work. It's not something that SIF does specifically. We do a lot of facilitation, as I mentioned, supporting events like this, supporting travel. I can't speak specifically to payment for advisory roles, but what I would say is the global policy system and the global multilateral system has been and is in many instances still highly extractive of time, of expertise, of enthusiasm, of energy. And it can feel incredibly difficult when you're starting out to know what your value is, know what your worth is, and speak to that and demand that. But if you are in a situation where you're being asked to do something that you know benefits a big organization, and you feel as though you're not being appropriately supported to do that, or you're aware that they're supporting other people to do the same thing to a different extent to you, whether that's by virtue of age, by virtue of gender, or by virtue of something else in your background, you should feel empowered to speak up on that, whether that's directly to the organization and saying, look, I'm not going to come and do this unless you're appropriately supporting me, or whether that's to the previous point, using your social media, using your networks, call people out, right? Like the time for this type of thing and this type of sort of like super negative behavior, in my opinion, is just so gone. And we have to be willing to stand up for that and call people out on that, I think.
Thank you very much. It's not going to be good if I don't give my two young people the mic. I just want David to talk about indigenous, and he also make it just one minute so that we close.
Thank you. I'll answer the question how we can support indigenous youth and communities. I think the first place we can start is by trying as much as possible to translate the policies that we draft. For example, we are going to come up with a policy after this, or a position paper after this event. So it would be good if we can have that translated into the local languages as much as possible. And that's one way we can keep them informed and they know what is actually taking place even in the spaces they're not reaching. And then the other thing that we can do we can try to have events, climate events, even in their local communities. I think that is something even that the organization I work with, we need to start doing, so that we don't only have events, climate events within the central areas in town, but we can push these events even within these communities so that they can also participate and know that there are people that really want to work with them. So those are a few areas that we can start working in.
Um, on the behalf of nature lovers, the challenge that we're facing currently is less participations. In case I didn't say, we have over 12 students. That means we're from 12 different schools, 12 students from 12 different schools. And yeah, the challenges we're facing currently is less participations. And the other challenge we're facing is, I remember when I was telling my friends about nature lovers, the first thing that came to their mind, or the first thing that the question they asked was how much money they were being paid. And I was surprised because I told them that not everything is about money. In case I didn't say, Nature Lovers of Ethiopia is a completely volunteer activity, which any teenager or adult can join. And anyone interested about Nature Lovers can come to me and ask. We have Instagram account, LinkedIn, Facebook, or even email. So yeah, anyone interested can come and tell to join. Well, Nature Lovers.
Thank you very much. Please give them a round of applause. And I really appreciate the conversation from indigenous to challenges. And my brother that has a question from carbon credit. I think most of us, personally for me, if you want to know carbon credit, I can tell you everything in that, because most times a lot of people is very technical when it comes to the conversation of carbon market. And some countries are going through it and some countries are saying, but and I am very happy you're asking that, because it's also high time for us to, start taking some topics very serious to know how we can tackle it. So I want to appreciate all our speakers. Thanks so much for coming. Thanks for your comments, your contribution, from children investment to care to nature lover to UNICEF, and also to my brother from what's the organization? Rise Up Movement. Thank you so much for joining us. So please, guys, let us give them a round of applause. And don't forget, meet them, talk to them, reach out to them, get their contact. Like Nature Lover said, even we have emails. Collect their email addresses so that you can reach out to them. Thank you very much. And I'm sure you are going for lunch, right? Tea. Okay, tea break. Have a lovely tea break. Thank you so much.
So before you leave, I just wanted to remind everybody that we have extra sessions after tea break. There's going to be a very interesting panel regarding climate and peace and security. Please do come back within the next 15 to 20 minutes. Thank you and have a beautiful day.
Wow, sorry, because
Hi, everyone. Kindly let's take our seats. The next session starts in 2 minutes.
Let me check. Translation, Kazina. Translation. Kazina, translation. Exit. Kazina, what? Our French speaker is language. And yours do. Yes. Yeah. Then we can say it out. Yeah, exactly. That's what they say. Excuse me. Since there's going to be a French speaker on our next session, we recommend for you to take your mics, headsets from here, but you have to register before you take it. So quickly, for those of you who do not understand French, it will be nice for you to come here and take your headsets. And for those of you who are multilingual, congratulations. You don't need any headsets.
We take 5 minutes.
2 minutes, guys. Only 2 minutes. If you want your headsets, please come down. I think since we are out of time, we're going to let the people taking their mics to take their mics slowly, or the headsets slowly, silently, and then we're going to proceed, okay? Are we ready? Hello, guys. Hello, hello. Hi, hi. Hello, hello. Hi, hi. Come on, guys, you can do it better. When I say hello, hello, you say hi, hi. Hello, hello. Hi, hi. Hi, hello. Hello, hi, hello. Hi, hello, hello, hi. Okay, okay. Thank you guys once again for coming back. It has been really an amazing session for all of us. The youth perspective from all angles, not only from youth, from children, from different parts of the intergenerational gap that we have, is that something that we really want to highlight. And that is something that we have seen in the previous panel. So we're not going to take much of your time as I mentioned once again, when the people are taking their headsets, they are going to be silent. So the rest of us are here to listen, right? Hello? Hi? Perfect. Now, Elizabeth is going to introduce to the next session.
Hello. I don't hear people who have had tea. Hi. Amazing. So we're going on to another wonderful session today. I still hear some people speaking. Kindly just stay silent. This next session is really key to this assembly and key to all the issues across our continent. And the session that I'm introducing is a session on staying ahead of the curve on climate peace and emerging frontiers in Africa, issues of climate peace and security. And this session is going to be Thank you. This session is going to be moderated by none other than Yasmin, all the way from Morocco. Let's welcome her on stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us to this important conversation on climate, peace, and emerging frontier in Africa. So my name is Yasmin Massoun, and I'll have the honor to moderate today's high-level panel. So across our continent, the climate crisis is not only environmental, it's a driver of fragility and insecurity, from resource competition in Horn of Africa to displacement in the Sahel. The climate stress is straining governance and reshaping peace-building efforts. And at the same time, Africa is a place of foresight, innovation, and resilience. And the youth are not only the future, they are today's bridge builders, mediators, and problem solvers. And a quick flag, this evening a declaration will be presented and climate, peace, security will be featured prominently in it. So the insights we surface here will also shape that shared message. And this will be fast also in a focused conversation. I'll invite our panelists. Sebastian Luca Bick is Deputy Head of Mission from Denmark, and I would like to invite you to the scene. I would like also to invite Ndeye Hassi Ndaye, Commissioner for Peace and Security in the African Youth Commission, and Communication and Advocacy Lead, and Development Consultant from Senegal. Also, we'd like to invite Nisreen El-Saim. I'm sorry, I think I had the wrong. Oh, sorry. And then we will be inviting the Director of Planning and Performance of the Ministry of Youth and Sport in Somalia. Please, I'll invite Hamza Abdel Wahab. And also Tendi Kasenganeti. He will be joining us shortly when he arrives. It's a climate security advisor nation. So I would like also to, rather than a formal biography, which many here already know, I would like to hear from you directly. Sir Sebastian Lukabic, I would like to hear from a diplomatic lens. So how is Denmark is engaging on the climate, peace, energy nexus in Africa right now? And perhaps in support for early warning, just energy transitions or local peace building. And if it is possible also like a quick one example. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Good to see many of you again. So it's a true honor to be here and speaking on behalf of Denmark at the African Youth Climate Assembly. Denmark is now a member of the UN Security Council, where we have climate, peace and security as one of our main topics that we are working with, one of our priorities. And I'm really happy to be here in the panel with my brother from Somalia, because it's a really close partner in the UN Security Council working on climate, peace and security. Also when it comes to working, of course, multilaterally, for us, it's important to have this understanding of climate and conflict and how they work together, and how we need to solve not only a conflict and a conflict and a conflict, but also to solve the root causes, so to say, to ensure that the conflicts of tomorrow will not start. So we work to enhance the language of climate, peace and security together with the African members of the UN Security Council. But we do also work in many of the countries where you are from. We have so many partners on the African continent. Climate change is, of course, one of the most important things for Denmark and for many of your countries as well. So working on the ground to find practical solutions, to sort of think how we can adapt our communities, our livelihood, everything to climate change, also in a way where it's conflict sensitive. I can come back to some examples later. I was living in Sahel region before, for example, where climate, peace, and security nexus is super relevant, and I'm sure that my esteemed colleagues in the panel also have first-hand experience in why it's important to really work with this. So I think I will just stop for here, then I will come back with more. But really good to see you again, and really looking forward to the panel.
Thank you, Sir Luca. Thank you very much. Et Madame Daye, une brève présentation avant de commencer, en vous appuyant sur votre plaidoyer et travail de terrain. Où les initiatives menées par les jeunes ont-elles vraiment permis de réduire les tensions autour des ressources ou de faire avancer des solutions énergétiques et climatiques inclusives en Afrique de l'Ouest? Une petite présentation de votre travail, s'il vous plaît.
Ok, merci. Merci beaucoup pour la question. Est-ce que vous pouvez reprendre la version anglaise?
Je peux répéter si tu veux. D'accord. Alors, la question est la suivante. En vous appuyant sur votre plaidoyer et votre travail de terrain, où les initiatives menées par les jeunes ont-elles vraiment permis de réduire les tensions autour des ressources et de faire avancer des solutions énergétiques ou climatiques inclusives en Afrique de l'Ouest? Une petite présentation de votre travail.
Merci beaucoup. Donc, c'est important que l'ensemble de la jeunesse qui sont au niveau communautaire sache que la tolérance au niveau communautaire est extrêmement importante pour la réussite des actions climatiques. Parce que quand on est dans des zones vulnérables et que la jeunesse essaie de faire des activités communautaires qui essaient de développer la communauté, il faut de la tolérance parce que nous tous, nous savons que dans nos différents pays en Afrique, il y a des différentes ethniques, différentes communautés qui se diffèrent. Et le fait d'avoir cette tolérance nous permet de développer des initiatives qui auront des solutions durables, parce que ça va nous permettre que nous développons des synergies entre nous. Et quand la jeunesse des communautés, au niveau de l'Afrique de l'Ouest, que je maîtrise plus, développe ces synergies, permet de réduire les conflits. Parce que les conflits qui peuvent se passer au Mali, Burkina, et nous, au Sénégal, on est face du Mali, donc il faut plus de tolérance dans ces zones frontalières pour qu'on puisse avoir plus de résultats sur nos différents projets qu'on fait au niveau de nos différents pays.
Merci beaucoup, Madame Daye. And now with Sir Hamza Abdelwahab, if I may, I would like to invite you for a brief presentation of the work, and from a government planning perspective, how are you connecting the youth programs with climate resilience and community service outcomes?
Thank you. Thank you so much, Yasmin, for the wonderful introduction. And I'd also like to, first of all, recognize the amazing work of African Youth Climate Assembly Secretariat are doing. We have been working very hard in making sure alignments are made in such important topics, but also involving stakeholders who are important in this event. When it comes to Somalia, of course, we have been working really hard in making sure that alignments of policies are met, but also working on making sure that people in the grassroots are being heard, but also services are delivered. As my colleague from Denmark have said, we are actually co-chairing with Denmark in the UN Security Council. Somalia now is a non-permanent member of UN Security Council, which we had 5 main pillars in our manifesto when we were running for the UN Security Council. And one of it was youth, peace, and security, but also the importance of synergy of climate security in that perspective. And Somalia actually now, I don't know if most of the people in the room is aware, we are actually working on our Youth, Peace and Security National Action Plan. I think we will be the first country in IGAD and also in East Africa to have Youth, Peace and Security National Action Plan by November, which we will be launching in COP 30 in Brazil. So that shows you how important it is for the Somali government, but also for Somali youth-led organizations in making sure we synergize between youth peace and security, but also to include climate security in our national action plan. So the work is being done. Of course, it's very slow compared to our neighboring countries, but of course you have to consider the lack of fundings and the cut of fundings by US and other countries that mostly affected African countries such as Somalia in working in climate. But such events will bring solutions in making sure that Africans think for themselves and Africans do make sure that we do invest in our own and criteria in our own organizations rather than waiting for aid money coming through. So we have a lot of things to discuss, and I'm looking forward for a fruitful conversation.
Thank you very much, Sir Hamza. Welcome, Sir Tendai Kasinganiti, if I pronounce it very well. It's a climate security advisor, and it's the same prompt to you. If you could, I would like to invite you for a brief presentation about what part of your current work is most relevant to today's theme. In the quick example, if there is about the African Union and the UN toolbox.
Thank you so much for having me here, and also good to the fellow panelists and the interesting work that is happening in Somalia. As presented, my name is Tendai Kasinganiti. I'm a Climate Peace and Security Advisor with the United Nations Office to the African Union. And I am also a node or a part of the United Nations Climate Security Mechanism, which is a coalition or an initiative that is led by 4 UN agencies. That is United Nations Development Program, United Nations Environmental Program, the Department of Political and Peace Building Affairs, and Department of Peace Operations. The main reason why there's such an initiative is to because the UN Secretary General realized the importance of linking climate change, peace, security, and development, because you cannot divide the two. They are intertwined, they are tied together. And the important work that the United Nations does in delivering peacekeeping in different regions, including in Africa, most missions have realized that need to ensure that climate peace and security is addressed. So to respond to your question in terms of what the United Nations is doing in terms of the work that has been done to date in Africa, first, is rightfully mentioned on the issue of youth, peace and security, which is an important area of focus of the United Nations Security Council, but also an important focus of the African Union. The climate security mechanism has done a lot of work to integrate how youths, how women can address climate change in fragile context. So the challenge that we have at the moment in Africa specifically is that most of the countries that are affected by climate change, in fact, AFDB classifies more than 21 African countries as fragile. And of these 21 countries that are fragile, only 10% have managed to access climate finance because of the structural barriers to climate finance, especially fragility and conflict. And this affects youths in terms of economic development. This affects youths in terms of social cohesion, in terms of livelihoods. In areas that are experiencing conflict, you also see that there is what they call weaponization of natural resources, where youths, young children are being recruited by armed groups because they need to access water resources, because they need to access food, they need to access fisheries, they need to access charcoal in Somalia, in the Horn of Africa, all those elements, and how the youths are extremely affected and why it is important. So the United Nations is playing its part, but why I'm particularly interested in being here today is to make sure that the next crop of young scientists, the next crop of young researchers, young leaders should understand this intrinsic connection between climate change, peace, and security as an important pillar. At the moment, you realize that the issue of climate change is structural. Accessing climate finance is structural, it's political, it's power dynamics at play. How can we ensure that our youths address these issues? I'm now about to go out of the youth band, but I really would want to see how best can we mobilize our young people, how can we mobilize children, experts come together to really connect these dots, because we cannot achieve true development as a continent if we do not find the link to address the greatest challenges that Africa faces. The greatest challenges that Africa faces is climate change and conflicts. And we need to find ways on how, as young people, we can address this. I'd like to submit this, and over to you.
Thank you very much, Sir Tendai. I'll be brief myself, and I will open this fruitful conversation and open each question to our panelists, and then invite brief adds from others. So first, we will talk about the threat multiplier. So how is climate change acting as a threat multiplier for insecurity and fragility in Africa? And I would like to invite Sir Sebastian.
Thank you so much. Such an honor to be in this panel with the three of you. In a way, it's difficult for me to start because you also, all three of you know how much more than me, obviously, on how climate change is affecting Africa. So I will not take long because I think the most important is to hear from you. But I can just say that I have lived 3 years now on the continent, and climate change and a strong partnership between Denmark and African countries has always been important for us. But the last years for me have really stressed why it is so important and why climate change and conflict are so interlinked. So the first 2 years I was living in the Sahel region in Burkina Faso and working in Burkina Faso, Niger and Mali. And it was very, very clear to see, even from year to year, sometimes how climate change was a very real thing and how it was really affecting the countries that maybe the rain didn't come, and then when the rain came, it came too much. And the whole ecosystem, both of course the climate change ecosystem, but also the very fine ecosystem of communities, of people living together that have been adapting for hundreds of years to be living with the climate. And they do it in very different ways, but the climate is not the weather. It's a part of your everyday. It's a part of your life. It's the decisive thing to ensure stability. And for me, it was very clear that we need to work, and we do as well from Danish side. We are working on climate peace and security across the continent, of course, in Sahel, in South Sudan, in Ethiopia, and in many countries. And I can say even in Europe as well, climate is a threat to the stability. So I don't want to take long. I just want to say that I have seen with my own eyes how important this is. And I will not forget it, and Denmark will keep fighting for climate peace and security and to combat climate change together with you. So thank you so much, and I'm looking very much forward to hear from the African colleagues.
Thank you very much. I would like also to hear from Madame Daye. Should I translate
Sénégal.
français? Okay. La question c'est, je voudrais savoir aussi comment le changement climatique agit-il comme un multiplicateur de menaces pour l'insécurité et la fragilité en Afrique?
Ok, merci beaucoup. Donc, je vais essayer d'articuler mon intervention sur 3 points, parce que nous tous, dans nos différents pays, on sait qu'on a des problèmes d'accès à la terre et de l'eau. Et quand on a ces problèmes d'accès à la terre, donc les agriculteurs n'ont plus assez de rendement. Et cela est dû par les effets du changement climatique, parce que l'eau devient de plus en plus rare. Et si l'eau est rare, donc les terres n'ont plus assez d'eau et les cultivateurs n'ont plus de rendement, ça augmente la pauvreté de la communauté. Et si la pauvreté de cette communauté est augmentée, donc ça peut amener ou renforcer les conflits qui étaient à l'intérieur de cette communauté et qui n'étaient pas visibles. Et à la longue, ces conflits peut amener des déplacés des différentes communautés qu'on est en train de voir dans le continent, qu'on voit beaucoup de communautés qui quittent leur pays. Et quand on arrive là, ça amène le fait que la gouvernance de ce pays ou de ce continent devienne fragile. Et le fait que le continent est fragile, la gouvernance est fragile, donc le pays ne pourra plus voir les priorités pour le développement de son pays ou même du continent. Et de ce fait, on voit que les effets du changement climatique affectent de différentes manières pour amplifier les conflits dans nos différentes communautés. Donc, c'est quelque chose qui est extrêmement important que nous, en tant que jeunes africaines, qu'on puisse voir de notre œil parfois les conflits, parce que de ne pas voir uniquement nos intérêts, parfois parce que c'est le fait de voir des intérêts qui amènent que des petits problèmes communautaires dus au changement climatique qui vont devenir des conflits à un terme que nous, on n'arrive plus à le maîtriser. Donc, ce qui fait que le changement climatique est bel et bien un point amplificateur des conflits partout dans le monde, pour ne pas dire uniquement l'Afrique. Merci beaucoup.
Merci, Madame Daye. We would like to hear from you, Sir Hamza.
Thank you so much. I think my colleagues have touched on very important aspects in their local context. In Somalia, or let's just say in the Horn of Africa, especially in Somalia, when it comes to climate, half of the year, the country is flooding. You see, and the other half of the year is droughts. So which means livestock are being lost, homes are being lost. There's climate mobility where people are being displaced in their rural areas or in their local and communities. So the problem now becomes that when we see in Somalia's context, where the country is flooding 6 months of the year, and the 6 months of the year we are facing droughts, and we don't contribute much to the emissions in climate, but we get affected the most in climate. So now the question of here comes climate finance. Do most of the UNFCCC and the multilateral financial systems in the world, example in Somalia, we can't apply for climate financial loss and damages because what they say is we lack the institutional financial frameworks, that our institutional financial frameworks is not ready for such finances to be collected. And thus shows you the lack of systems or awareness in the financial systems when it comes to such context in East Africa or the Horn of Africa. And now this is where now it becomes a very immediate effect for us to have the PPPC partnership, which is private, public, community partnerships, where we engage public sectors, the private sectors, the banks, the companies, the institutions, and the communities. In East Africa, especially in North Africa, we are community-driven people. There is, I think people from Kenya here, they know the SACCOs, where there is monthly fees to be collected from individual groups. Such initiative can be used for climate initiatives. Another issue that we are facing in Somalia is climate security. There's a lot of lands or a lot of tribal effect when it comes to climate issues. I'll give you an example without mentioning any location. In some part of Somalia, when droughts happen, tribalism fight because of lack of resources for the animals or for other certain issues. This will rise in these tribes to fight for that resources. So which means there's a limited of resources in that particular location, and people are fighting to get that resources. So people were not aware of climate. So this is called climate security. But we used to think it's a tribal issue. So it is a tribal issue, but what is caused by this tribal issue is a lack of resources, so which becomes an immediate climate security issue. So we need to be active in terms of the regional offices of African Union, UN, to really consider on how can we make sure that these effects or these conflicts that are related to climate are being addressed in a high-level panel like this, but also making sure that funds and finances are put in place. We can talk all day about what can be the solution, but if we talk about all day what can be the solution, and we don't have the finances to fund this solution, then it will become a fantasy. We are just talking of the solutions. So how can we make sure the importance of getting climate finance in our region? How can we make sure that private and public sectors are working together in getting those finances addressed? And how can we be connected as an African, as a one continent, to make sure those international finances or mechanisms are in order when it comes to supporting countries like Somalia or any countries in the Sahel who are facing huge problems. I would like to end with one issue in Somalia, which is the interlinkage or the nexus between YPS and the climate security. In Somalia, 75% of our population are under 35. So it's largely populated by youth. So it means that most of this climate security, or most of the effects, are affected by youth. So which means now, how can we ensure that there's policies in place that protects youth, but also addresses the nexus between climate security and youth peace and security? I think we understood what is the synergies in Somalia with the help of UNDP, a climate security office in New York. We have done a research, which I think it's online now. You can search what is the nexus between YPS and CPS in Somalia. And now it's just to make sure that we adapt whatever the research has, whatever feedback we came from that research, but also and making sure that youth are included in all aspects. But not only youth, also children, they have rights. Most of these climate effects have been affected by children. The fertility rate in Somalia is very high, so which makes sure that a lot of children are involved in these processes. So how can we also make sure that there's immediate policies that protects youth and also children in these climate fragile states? So I think it's a homework for us to really understand how we can put all those synergies and nexus together, but also a hope for the African continent to stand up as itself and make sure that we don't look something from abroad, but rather find solution within our continent. Thank you.
Thank you. We would like also to hear from Sir Tende about the energy in the competition, because we all know that the energy is in the heart of this nexus. So from local disputes over access to firewood or grazing lands to international competition for critical resources. And how is energy scarcity reshaping Africa's peace and security landscape?
Thank you for that question. So with your permission, I will respond to that question, but also I would like to, to challenge the youths that are speaking, or that are listening, that are participating today. You have heard so much evidence from the panelists, and some of these things are lived realities in our context, in our lives on a daily basis, and we do not need to continue churning out evidence to prove the existence of the fact that is in existence. But there is a role, and a very important role, that youths can play. An example of what happened with the ICJ case. So I really want to challenge the African youth today that this issue of climate peace and security, it's highly political, it's highly sensitive, and it requires a lot of advocacy, a lot of intellectual research to inform decision makers within our countries, within our communities. Then that's how it can cascade up to regional level, to continental level, and to global level. Because the world that we live in relies on information that is coming from the countries. And we need to ensure that within our NDCs, within our national adaptation plans, within our national communications, all these factors that link climate change and conflict are affected in. And that is the only way that you'll be able to find responses and feedback in how you can be able to address climate peace and security as a nexus globally and in Africa. Now, in relation to the issue of energy and critical minerals, there are two issues that I would like to flag out. The first is accessing to renewable energy in Africa is a big challenge because most communities in Africa do not have access to clean cooking, do not have access to lighting, do not have access to the fundamental energy requirements that any human being would require to survive. And in return, this also means that there's a lot of deforestation, a lot of maladaptation practices that happen in our communities. Now, relating to climate peace and security, you also realize that in these areas, no one wants to invest in these communities because of conflicts. No one wants to give a grant because of the lack of impact or for the fear that their investments will be affected by conflict. So how can we come up with tools that risk-proof investments in Africa? Again, it's a responsibility that falls back on the youth to come back with innovative practices that can enable investments in our communities. The second issue that I wanted to flag relates to the green transition and the rush for critical minerals on the continent to fuel or to fuel or to sustain the issues that relate to technologies that require transition minerals. It's not a secret that these most countries that produce critical minerals are under threat and they're experiencing conflict. But again, it goes to my initial reference to structural issues that exist in the world at the Security Council, at UNFCCC, at all these multilateral platforms. How can we ensure that we coordinate our voices as youths? We inform decisions that are made by the leaders within the United Nations, within the African Union, within our regional communities. They have a voice, and there is a need to ensure that we link those specific connections. Lastly, let me highlight a case study that is currently being implemented in east of Burkina Faso. So the climate security mechanism is supporting households to produce biogas as an alternative form of energy to allowing them to cook, amongst other things. But what is important in this whole funding mechanism is how there was a conflict sensitivity angle in securing the fund. Secondly, this project is driven by youths. So it is so imperative that we find how do we bring all these action, learn from each other, learn from what is happening in Burkina, learn what is happening in Somalia, apply it in Sudan, apply it in South Sudan, apply it in DRC, so that these solutions, this peer-to-peer learning and cross-learning allows lessons to be learned. It allows joint programming. And the only reason why we will then see change is because we are all working together and collaborating. I would like to submit. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sir Sebastian, could you share with us from a diplomatic lens about the energy and the competition?
Yeah. Yes. Okay. I just want to echo what Denai said, because it's also our experience from the Danish side working in the Security Council, in the European Union, being a part of the COP, a front runner in the COP negotiations. A very important message that he said: the fight is not over. Because sometimes when we all very engaged in the climate, peace, and security agenda, and when we're working in the agenda, surrounding ourselves with people where we feel they agree, we can sometimes get the idea that it's self-evident, the link between climate, peace, and security, and that there is a global support to climate, peace, and security, but actually there is not. It's often that we have to fight in the UN Security Council as well. It's often that we have to fight for the language on climate, peace, and security. And I think so that's a point I really echo. We should not forget the advocacy, and it's interesting because one of the phrases I've heard a lot in these youth events is that the youth is the leaders of tomorrow, but I think it's not true actually, because when it comes to climate, peace, and security, the youth are the leaders of today. Because if it's not the youth driving forward this agenda, I'm afraid that it could be lost in a lot of other interests and a lot of other things that are happening on the global stage, in our countries, in our regions. So I really want to echo that. Then how do we work diplomatically? I mean, Denmark and Somalia, for example, we are working to make the link between climate and conflict in basically all relevant UN resolutions. I want to highlight one thing: peacekeeping, for example, peacekeeping missions. I think it's extremely important to have climate-sensitive peacekeeping missions, not to think only peacekeeping as weapons or helmets, but also to think peacekeeping, or what will keep the peace eventually, is also having societies that are adapted to the new development within climate change. I think one very good example is South Sudan, where we just renewed the mandate for UNMISS in the peacekeeping mission in South Sudan in May, and where we actually, again, we had to fight for it, but we managed to keep the climate mandate in the mission. But imagine keeping peace in a country like South Sudan without thinking about climate change, with all that has happened of flooding and drought, and it's just surreal, and it seems self-evident, but we have to fight for it. So I hope we can fight together.
We apologize because we run out of time, and now to the room. So I would like to invite you to ask some questions. And I apologize again because we will be accepting only 2 questions. This from this side and this another one from the other side. as they have done at first, female and male. Let's start with this side. Okay, and this side, the one with the blue. Yes, thank you very much. We can start from you. If you have a specific question, please, a comment, we apologize for it. And if your question is for a specific panelist, you can say so.
Ok, merci beaucoup. Je m'appelle Abdoulaye Diallo, je viens du Sénégal. Ma question s'adresse à Madame Gaye et ça concerne un peu sur les actions que vous menez à l'échelle locale, concrètement concernant les communautés locales. J'aimerais bien savoir comment votre organisation engage les communautés locales marginalisées pour accéder aux informations relatives au changement climatique. Donc, vous l'avez mentionné que il y a en fait les conflits à l'échelle locale sont dus en quelque sorte aussi au changement climatique. Et je ne pensez-vous pas que la sensibilisation, la connaissance des informations sur les changements climatiques pourrait être vraiment une solution à ces conflits liés à l'eau ou bien liés au conflit foncier? Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. The girl?
Thank you so much. My question is about human rights defenders and environmental defenders who are being detained, arrested, sometimes disappear. We don't know anything about them in these conflict areas. Is there anything that could be done for them? And is there anything that we can do, us as environmental defenders, to protect ourselves, especially those of us who work in, well, conflict areas, but also broader environmental rights? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I really apologize because we do really run out of time. So I will pass and I will invite the panelists if they want to answer any specific question.
Okay. I'll start with the gentleman from Senegal. The participation of marginalized community is very, very important. We must make ensure of the policies that we are running, example, national youth policies of each individual countries, or the NDCs or the NAPs include areas where youth, but also marginalized groups or indigenous groups are being addressed. In the context of Somalia, this year we had our NDC 3.0. It was launched in Bonn, Germany. We have 4 segments in that NDC 3.0. The 4 segments include women, youth, marginalized community, and indigenous community. So this ensures that youth are addressed. But when it comes to policy, of course, everyone knows policies do end up in the shelves. You know, mostly they collect dust in those shelves. How do we ensure that those policies are translated into actionable, implementable tasks? So now this is where youth efforts, youth-led organizations like yourselves in this room come in front, where they ensure that whatever they're doing, it's aligned to those policies that their individual government have arranged. Of course, when it comes to human rights defenders, environmental rights, of course, as governments, we are obliged to protect them and to include them in the policy shelves. There's a lot to be done in that perspective, but it also needs for youth to be more advocate, but don't mix between advocacy and emotion. This is where now things get sensitive. When you're making sure that you're fighting for the rights of individuals or such an example, human rights environmental activists, make sure that those advocacy are aligned with policies so that your rights are met. Whenever there's mixed with emotions, that's where things get sensitive. And a lot of youth need to understand the separation between advocacy and emotion. I think I will end with there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madame Daye.
Ok, merci beaucoup à mon frère pour ce qu'on fait au niveau local, parce que comme vous le disiez, la sensibilisation est au centre de tout, parce que c'est pour éliminer, pour renforcer la capacité des gens, parce que nous, au niveau du Sénégal, ce qu'on fait le plus au Sénégal, c'est le renforcement de capacité. Et le fait de renforcer la capacité des communautés permettre à ces communautés-là de connaître réellement c'est quoi le changement climatique, parce qu'on sait que tous les pays n'ont pas le même niveau d'éducation sur les questions environnementales. C'est pour ça que nous, au Sénégal, on fait plus de sensibilisation et de renforcement de capacité. Et au-delà de ça, nous travaillons dans 4 à 5 régions au niveau local, Saint-Louis, Fatick. Donc, ce sont les raisons où le changement climatique est plus affecté au niveau du Sénégal. Nous travaillons avec eux et nous travaillons avec beaucoup d'organisations locales, comme votre organisation, le Corps Africa, et les alumni de Corps Africa. Nous travaillons avec eux et récemment, le mois dernier, on avait réuni l'ensemble des jeunes, et il y a des jeunes qui sont dans la salle, qui étaient au Sénégal dans une réunion de renforcement de capacité des jeunes sur ces questions du changement climatique. Donc, nous, au niveau de notre organisation, on sait que la sensibilisation et le renforcement de capacité est au centre des changements face aux effets du changement climatique. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup. Sir Sebastian, if you have any other perception or perspective or any answer for these questions.
No, I think it was already really clear from the colleagues. I just want to say to the question here on human rights, it's of course the obligation of the state to make space for civil society also in the area of climate change. Do they do it always? No. And it's everywhere in the world that activists are struggling. So I don't think, unfortunately, there is a good answer, but organize yourself and in the civil society, work together, work across borders, form alliances between youth, different sectors, and the stronger then you stand, the more advocacy, as my colleague said, you do, the more difficult it will be to interfere with your human rights as well. So I support you.
Thank you very much. So these points will echo in tonight's declaration, where climate, peace, and security are affirmed as central to Africa's common position. And Africa's youth are not behind the curve, they are the curve. And with foresight and agency, they can drive a peaceful and resilient future. Thank you to our esteemed panelists, and thank you for all. And again, I really do apologize. I know that there are many, many questions that will lead to fruitful discussions, and I invite you to engage with our esteemed panelists at the end. So thank you very much.
And thank you to the moderator as well.
Once again, can we give them a big round of applause? That's great. I hope you had a beautiful session among. They're going to be staying around. Our panelists are going to be staying around. Please do engage with them. There's going to be lunch served today as well. On the details is.
Hello. For those who've been participating in the Nairobi Summer School, you love your Nairobi Summer School badge and the ICA badge, so that I give you your meal card. You can have either the ICA or the Nairobi Summer School, not the ACS. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Sorry. For those of you who took the headsets, please do return it right away before you leave. For the people that did not, please return your. Yes. At 2. Once again, just a reminder, after lunch, there's going to be a beautiful session to really understand our what?
On financing Africa's climate innovators. You don't want to miss that one.
Right at 2 p.m., guys. So please hurry up, eat up, and come back as soon as you can.
Excuse me here. The receivers that you get, please come here and return. Please. Here.
Thank you. Oh, it's fine. Video. Bez zaćmiła video. Bez zaćmiła.
Georgia.
Hi guys. Someone has dropped 100 pay, so if you know you're the one, please.
What are you saying?
100 pay. If you know that you're the one, you can find me. How do you?
Because I was having two, now I'm finding one. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Five. Right. Yeah, do not have, don't have.
I haven't seen her in a very long while. Last time I saw you in the States, like,
Yes. See, yeah, sure. We'll get in touch, of course, all the time. You know what? I've not been having No, I know.
Oh, but you that I don't know it.
Relaxation. This next mistake.
Good afternoon. For this one, I will not take.
Alrighty, young people, how are we feeling? How are you feeling? When I say hi, you say what? Hi. Hi. Hello. Hello, hello. Hello, hi. Hi, hello. That's great. So I hope you had a restful, if not fruitful time at lunch break for now. We've been waiting for this moment where we're going to be discussing about not only the declaration but also about climate finance. So this is going to be a very fruitful engagement. I hope you are all going to learn. Hi, hi. Hi, hi. Hello. I think we need more attention. Hello. Hi. Are you guys listening? Great. So the next session, before it starts, I really want to highlight that this is going to be a very interesting session, that this is something we really, as young people, we keep on mentioning. What do you think we keep on mentioning? What does the youth need? We need climate justice. And for that to be executed, for work, what do we need? What do we need? You're not looking at my fingers. What do we need? Exactly. We need money. We need climate what? Finance. So that is why we have a session right now. After this, we're going to be discussing on how to access it, on how to, engage in various spaces so that we could get the money. Exactly. So to set the scene, I'm going to invite Elizabeth quickly so that she will be able to explain who is going to be moderating that session and also how we wish to be engaged. Great.
Hi, everyone. Hello. Can I hear some youth energy in the room? Hello. I think we have a really exciting session here with us today, and it's about fueling youth power, focusing specifically on financing Africa's climate innovators at speed and at scale. And this session is going to be more interactive and informative, and we will have two experts with us on stage. One of them is Lista Embacom from the Youth for Climate, that is UNDP. Let's appreciate Lista. A shout for Lista. Thank you. Lydia, sorry. And then we will have Charles Mwangi from the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance, PACJA. Let's appreciate Charles as he comes. So they will take the stage. And like I've mentioned, this is more of an interactive and informative session. And they will explain to us and share with us perspectives that we can pick in terms of youth innovations. What is in it there for young people in terms of climate finance? How do we scale our solutions and initiatives and innovations across our countries? And they also want to hear from you of your perspectives, how you think about these initiatives, these topics, and what are the challenges we as young people are facing when it comes to scaling our innovations. And I hope we're gonna keep it interactive. It's about time. Let's appreciate them now.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Are you enjoying Addis? How is the cold? Good. So we wanted this session to be very interactive. So rather than making it like a panel discussion with the organizers, we have discussed to make it an interactive one. So you can ask the questions and we can answer your questions. So maybe let me start with introduction so you guys can know what to ask. So I'm gonna start with Charles and introduce yourself.
Our African youth, hoye. What do you want? When do you want it? Great. I think I'm not very new to you because I think we've interacted with quite a number of you for the last 2 weeks. That is our alumni for cohort 5 of Nairobi Summer School on Climate Justice. But for the sake of those probably whom we've not interacted with, my name is Charles Mwangi. and I work with the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance, serving as the head of programs and research. It's such a great pleasure to be with you this afternoon and to engage with you. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Lydia Mbak Ombayena. I work with UNDP Rome Center on an initiative called Youth for Climate, and we support youth-led climate innovation on the ground through a call for solution and through technical support. So we provide both financial and technical support for young people to implement their innovative climate ideas. So maybe, Charles, if you can give them a little bit about the project you're working on or how you support climate finance for young people. So, and then I will do the same, and so they can ask us the questions.
All right, thank you so much. I'm very sure many of you, particularly in this particular continent, know Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance. We are a Pan-African institution, arguably the largest civil society network focusing on climate justice. So we are in 54 countries in the continent, but most importantly, we deal with the diversity of actors. We have farmer groups, we have youth groups, we have fisher folks, we have private sector players within this particular network, and we really advocate and push for climate justice for this continent in Africa. But most importantly, I want to mention that as an alliance, we really want to ensure that the young people in this continent take leadership, and not leadership that is going to be given to them, but leadership that they are going to seize. It's not going to be presented on a silver platter. It is leadership that you have to take very quickly and run with. Why? Because climate change and the impacts of climate change are going to affect you perhaps more than anyone else. We are talking about unemployment in the continent. We are talking about economies that are not performing in the continent simply because of the impacts of climate change. We are talking about economies that are not performing because our countries are heavily burdened, by the debts that have been taken by our governments. Most of those debts are actually what we call odious debts, simply because the debts are taken and we are not seeing exactly where that money is being invested. And that has got a direct implication in terms of whether you are able to access, job opportunities, in terms of whether you are actually able to access entrepreneurship opportunities within the countries you're operating from. And therefore, I think it's an opportunity for you to take up the mantle of leadership. And that is why within our organization, she did ask me what we are doing in terms of ensuring that our young people are well, empowered. We have been running Nairobi Summer School on Climate Justice, and I can see about 3/4 of you are really graduates of that particular school. We will be issuing certificates probably in the next 2 hours. And I think the information we are giving you is perhaps what you need, to be able to look at yourself in a different way. This continent has been perceived as a victim of climate change. But we have to look at ourselves as change agents. We have to look at ourselves from that advantage we have, the demographic dividend, and the bright minds of our young people. I was looking at an example of a young man in Kenya who was recently arrested simply because he came up with some IT program, and he was able to drain a bank account of one of the betting companies in the country. And I'm told he's actually a dropout of the university. Well, that is not a very good thing to do, but come to think about, the capacities our young people have. I remember when we graduated from university about 20 or so years ago, some of us went into what you call academic writing. Is it happening today, by the way? Whether or not it's a legal thing to do, but sometimes I could see graduates, probably who just got a pass in the exam, doing some assignments for PhD holders in the UK. At some point, the UK Parliament discussed Kenya, and they discussed that particular challenge where their students are not doing assignments, but it's actually Kenyan graduates. Some of them are diploma holders, but doing assignments for PhD holders in the UK. And then you are telling me that our young people are not well enlightened and educated. I think we have the capacity to transform situation. We have the capacity to change this particular continent because the future belongs to you. But like I did mention, some of these opportunities are opportunities that you have to grab and run away with. If you wait for those of us from our generation going up, we may not necessarily be creative enough to provide you with the solutions that you need. But take advantage of the education you have. Take advantage, again, of IT. Now we are in the era of AI. And I think we are getting to see young people, of course, generating content, that is useful and that is actually making them generate some resources. But again, we are getting to see young people becoming entrepreneurs in different ways. For a very long time in this continent, we have always perceived, for example, agriculture as the business for the old. In fact, if you look at magazines, agricultural magazines, the kind of pictures you find there, do you find young people on those magazines? You normally see an old woman or an old man probably looking at her corn or in the field, or probably her wheat and so on and so forth. But I think there are opportunities in some of these sectors that for a long time we have thought that maybe they are not probably, opportunities that are there for the young people. And if you look at agriculture, for example, and look at the agriculture value chains, probably you may not take your 4 jebe and go to the farm, but maybe there is that particular section within the value chain, for example, maybe marketing. You may work with the farmers, for example, in ensuring probably they're able to access market, from abroad, for example. You could get into processing, and we're getting to see many young people, getting into the same. But I also know that for all this, even the Bible says, the money answered all. Of course, you need the resources. But where are the resources going to come from when you're talking about young people who are unemployed and who probably don't have access to capital, even access to land? I know sometimes even getting access to land is a big particular challenge. But I think we just need to take advantage of the information we have, the knowledge we have. But again, here speaking now to development partners, we need to believe in our young people. Sometimes you do proposals, but simply because maybe your organization is young and maybe you have not been able to probably maybe implement some projects in the past. Sometimes you are requested for 4 years audited accounts. Maybe you don't have that, but I think we need to have some instruments prepared specifically for young people to access. And within PACJA, answering your question again, we have a grant scheme that we launched the other day, which we call Climate Justice Impact Fund for Africa. And I do invite you on Tuesday, we will be launching that fund officially, where young people are able to, write some proposals, get some small funding, and then they're able, to generate, resources, through projects that they're able to implement using those real resources. I know of a case in Kenya where we were able to fund one group. Actually, it's a young people's group that had graduated from Nairobi Summer School, I think cohort 3, and now they're engaging in fish farming, which is not necessarily business that has been known, to be taken by young people in the past. But now they're looking for export market. They're able to produce a lot of fish. They are looking for export markets. And this is why I said you have to look at the value chain. Look at where you can be able to come in. There are many resources in this continent. There isn't a continent in the world that is as well endowed as the continent of Africa. I was speaking in the other room, and we're looking at the issue of, for example, critical minerals in the continent. 74% of cobalt, which is needed for transition, is in Congo. How many Congolese are here, by the way, DRC? I know there's some colleagues from DRC, for example. What are we doing in terms of advocating for proper leadership to ensure that we are not concessioning our minerals so that we are left without minerals for transition? We are talking about 600 million of us in Africa who do not have access to electricity, for example. And we know we need lithium, we need copper, we need cobalt. All these are important for us to transition. But our minerals have been concessioned by the old generation. And we must also stand up because, again, climate change is a political issue. It is, we are talking about the Gen Z, movement nowadays across Africa. You have to challenge even political leadership in your country because it's all about your future. Thank you.
Thank you, Charles. So I will discuss about Youth for Climate because it touched a lot of the part you were just discussing, especially how young people are considered as a very high risk, so they cannot get collateral or they cannot get any loan from different banks or from other institutions because they don't have the 5-year experience or the money to back them up. So we need multiple kind of financial schemes that could help either to how do you call it? Like a small grants where they could experiment on their innovative idea, like where they can pilot and they could use that in order to scale. But I wanted to ask here, how many of you are working on climate project? Anybody here? Oh, wow. Okay, wow. It's a lot of people. And I am sure you have been applying for funds here and there, and maybe even more than 20 times in a year. And it's a bit frustrating because wondering, how will I get the funds? What is it that they're looking from our side? And it could be challenging. And especially, I would say, we are the lucky ones to be on a global platform where we come here, exchange ideas, exchange opportunities. But even when we go to grassroots, there are a lot of young people who are working on community-based projects who have been doing this for 10 years, 5 years, but lack access to information because of that, they lack the finance that they need. So the main reason why Youth for Climate initiative was first initiated by the government of Italy and UNDP is to reach those young people from aged 18 to 29 who have not been even, like, it could be an individual who has no registration or who's not an NGO, but if somebody has a good idea or an experimented project proposal where they can apply and taste and experiment on their idea. So the Youth for Climate Call for Solution has 3 different components. The first one is we have a call for solution every year. So you can apply for the call for solution either as an individual, or it could be as an NGO or private sector, and you can be funded up to $30,000. And do not worry, while applying, you might be intimidated by the work plan asked. You might be intimidated by the budgeting because the words we use in the grant sector sometimes is very intimidating because we ask, what's the output, what's the input, what do we mean by these words? So in order to help you with that, we also have a one-to-one mentorship before you apply for the call for solution. So even though you're not selected this year, at least by taking part in this call for solution, you can really develop your project design skill as well. So this year we have closed the call for solution, and in the past 2 years we were able to receive over 3,000, no, with these 3 years, over 3,000 applications across the globe. And I want to tell you that most, like over 68% comes from Africa, which shows that the amount of innovative projects that young people are working. And from all the, like from the past 2 cohorts, we awarded 100 projects. And from this, 46 projects are African innovative ideas, and they are African projects. Yeah. And then the number has also increased this year. From the additional 50 awardees we had, almost half of them are from Africa. So this shows that how much young African people are working in changing the narrative, not just for the climate, but also developing their community, really working on economical sustainability for themselves and for their communities. That's very encouraging. And I hope next year you all also can apply for the call for solution. All of you guys who have raised your hands when we ask you if you have any climate innovative ideas. So our thematic areas are food and agriculture, we have digital for planet, we have climate, peace and security. What did I forget? Yeah, climate and health, the very new emerging thematic area. So if you're working in any of these areas, please start developing your proposals. And by the way, when we say innovative, it doesn't mean technology. Yes, technology is one part of innovation, but it's not all. It's how you approach a problem. Are you working systematically? Are you working on a very single solution only? But how do you integrate other problems and come up with a new way of seeing things? That's innovation. How do you adapt to a certain problem? That's also innovation. Or build up on past projects. So it could be taking up what has been started and continuing it and scaling up. That's also innovation. So I don't want to say too much, but let's take questions from this very vibrant, how do you call it, panel? Team. Okay, so let's take questions from you, and yeah, we can answer them.
You tell me where to go. You choose.
Okay, raise your hands if you have a question. Okay, I'm gonna give it first for her, and then you. Okay, 1, 2, and then we will do turn by turn, I think, so we don't forget the questions.
Thank you so much. I'm Maria Mwangeshi from Kenya, and you mentioned innovative doesn't always mean tech. So I'll appreciate if you could break that down further. Thank you.
The second one, I think it was back there.
All right, thank you very much. My name is Kunu Joel from Cameroon. I represent Green Initiative Association. I just have some comments to make or some questions to ask to one of the panelists, the male. Sorry, I didn't get it in well. One of the problems we have as youth in Africa, you mentioned the idea of agriculture being something that youths are getting into or you should get into. It's laudable, I appreciate that. But we have issues as youths related to agriculture. One, you realize that in Africa or some parts of Africa, acquiring land as a youth is a serious problem. It is difficult for a young person to be able to own land. For example, in Cameroon, it is said that if you're not above 40 or 45, you cannot have a land title. So are we saying that our youths are not productive enough to own such properties? And what is the Alliance, Pan-African Alliance for Climate Justice doing to be able to allow youths acquire properties like that for agriculture? Two, you made mention of the fact that we need to work together. Yes, we need to work together. But what is Pan-African Climate Justice as well doing in terms of letting free movement between countries and young people to be going to interlock and work, to find a meeting point? Because it doesn't add up that I'm supposed to pay a visa from Cameroon to Ethiopia to solve a problem that it cuts across. So what is Pan-African Climate Alliance doing to be able to allow us or to enforce the free trade movement that is being talked about? Thank you very much. My third question is, Madam, you made mention of the fact that we are the lucky ones to be able to have such information, to be on the stage like this to talk about climate policy and funding. What is your agency doing in order to get down to the grassroots, in order to get the less privileged, using your words that we're the lucky ones, the less privileged to be able to acquire or get the opportunity to be on such platforms to talk about opportunities and climate financing? And my last question is, I didn't get what you said about the financing. Did you say conference solution? That's what when you were talking about your funding opportunities?
The thematic area?
Yeah, you said
Climate,
that
peace, and security.
you said there's climate justice for funds for Africa. Am I correct? And then you mentioned that there is a grant. Did you say conference solution or something? I didn't get that. That's what I want to find out. So thank you very much. Thank you so much. I think these are very, very important questions coming to the floor. And I like what my colleague from Cameroon raised. The issue of land acquisition. You know, the reason why I talked about agriculture is because I said we have to look at this continent as a continent that can provide solutions to the world. For a very long time, again, we have been looking for resources from outside Africa to buy food for our own people. But it might interest you to know that 65% of all arable available for agriculture is actually in Africa. That which is not cultivated. Yet we are talking about a continent that is always looking for UNHCR, you know, for resources, you know, to feed, you know, the refugees, to feed our children, to have school feeding programs, and so on and so forth. And I said we must start opening our eyes as young people and look at some of these particular resources we do have and think about how can we be able to transform that particular situation. And I know rad tenure issue is a big, big issue. You have to wait for your dad probably to reach a certain particular age for him probably to give you a small piece of land. And if you are an African girl, you probably don't qualify for rad there, for example. And it becomes a big, big challenge. And that's an important factor of production. But what I said is that your creativity is actually beyond probably the traditional way of looking at agriculture. You may not have any single piece of land, for example, but maybe you are probably able to connect farmers and support them to establish, for example, cooperatives. And then your work therefore becomes maybe looking for export market, for example. You don't need any piece of land. You probably maybe need to develop an IT program probably to probably maybe connect farmers here and there. And maybe out of that, you're able to create probably some employment for yourself without necessarily acquiring that piece of land, for example. It could be probably generating information and disseminating information to farmers, which could be a tool that you can be able to develop and maybe earn some resources from the same. So we have to look at the entire value chain, and agriculture does not necessarily mean that you have to have RAD for you to probably maybe invest in the same, especially as young people. Use the innovations, that you actually been able to learn from school and the knowledge that you have for you to be able to see where you can come in the entire value chain. But he also raised a very important question about the unity of the African people. In fact, if there's one big disadvantage we have as a continent, is vulcanization of this continent. We are so much obsessed with colonial boundaries that were not even established by ourselves. To the extent that I think I pay more to go to the Republic of Congo for visa than I pay to go to the US. When you're talking about free movement of goods and people in the European Union, in Africa, we still want to restrict our movement within ourselves, simply because there are those colonial boundaries, imaginary colonial boundaries that are restricting us. But one thing I like about our young people is that you don't know colonial boundaries, you do not know ethnic backgrounds, you don't look at religious backgrounds, but there's a way you people connect. And that's why I'm saying you're the future of this continent. We must be able to challenge those paradigms to ensure there's movement of goods and movement of people, within the continent. But we must also be careful sometimes how we are labeled outside the continent. Sometimes we are considered as Agrophone, and Agrophone are separate from Francophone, yet Agrophone and Francophone are not even African, words. You're considered Lusophone, you are considered maybe Sub-Saharan Africa and North Africa, you are considered as least developed countries and maybe middle-income countries. And I tell you what, in the global space, we have seen this balkanization being reinforced. For example, I remember in Madrid, COP25, Africa was pushing for a common Africa position where we were looking for special circumstances for Africa. In other words, we were looking for consideration of Africa as a region with special needs and circumstances. And the entire Africa was rallying behind that clarion call by the AGN. But then the LDC group, where the majority are actually African countries, while against that common Africa position, and I'm like, what are we talking about? How can we have some groupings, within the continent, fighting, a common Africa position? So these are issues that you must challenge as young people. There are different fora that you can actually be able to use to challenge, those kind of issues. On climate finance, and I remember he was asking about one of the fund that I talked about. We call it Climate Justice Impact Fund for Africa. We'll be launching it officially on Tuesday in an event at the SCS for those of you that will be here. But I want to say this. Even as you look for resources to implement the climate project that you have, and I saw some of you raising your hands, there are several things that you must take into consideration. One, money follows ideas. Are we together? It's not idea that follows money. So don't start thinking about a project and a big project that you want to generate, and probably develop a good proposal. Think about an idea. Be passionate about that idea. And for sure, donors will locate you, fathers will locate you, but most importantly, please identify a mentor who you are going to work with. Not because mentors are much more knowledgeable than you, but they may know something that probably you don't know. So get a mentor who work with you. But again, it's also very much important to start small. Accept humble beginning. Don't start imagining a $1 million probably project when you're starting. Accept that humble beginning. Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance, for example, we started with $10,000 granted by one donor, and we thought we became very rich overnight. But I can tell you, now this is a movement that is across the entire country, the entire continent, but it started from that seed money. I think Elizabeth could share her story because I also know her background very, very well. But it all started from an idea. And then you can actually be able to build on that particular idea. Accept to be mentored, but again, it's important that you start with ideas, and those ideas can actually be followed by money. Thank you.
First, let me answer one question to expand on the innovation part, and I will say a few words about what UNDP is doing to make sure that young people are included in the policy arena. So just to give you an example, so technology itself, it's also an innovation. So I'm not discarding technology, just to give you an idea. But for example, we have one project from the 100 projects, there is one in Mali. So there is this young girl who's working to change the school curriculum so they can integrate climate education into the system. But it was very difficult because it's consultation after consultation each year, but nothing changed. So she was like, okay, I'm gonna do a pilot project where she selected 3 schools, and then she can implement her project like with her new curriculum, where she can actually teach the kids what is climate change, what's climate awareness, and also she teaches them like in an artistic way how to use plastic, and it's very simple, right? But how to use the plastic and make it build some furniture in the school. And then she brought the public people who are working on this, I don't know how to call it. It's not in Ethiopia, but we can call it like in Ethiopia, like warada or kabali. It's like the public sector. District, yes. So she brings them to the school and she just shows them what the kids are doing and how they become very responsive, and they were picking up their own trash, and then they were using recycling and etc. And this actually really brought the news in Mali. It became like a huge thing, and she implemented in 10 schools, and now the Ministry of Environment actually goes everywhere with her because she was one of the most impressive young girls who was very persistent, and it was an innovative way of seeing things. It's not that she used technology but she just addressed a certain problem in a different way. Or it could be integrating indigenous knowledge to your problem. So for example, in India, they have like a traditional way of preserving water, like way 2,000, 3,000 years back. So there was this Indian girl who was studying in Benin, I think, and then she saw that there was a problem in preserving the rain. So she was like, there is this indigenous knowledge from India, so can we see how to integrate that in Benin? And now she's working on that project. So it's seeing what indigenous knowledge exists around you, and then integrating it with the problem that you're seeing. And especially now with adaptation, we have a lot of opportunity to also be innovative and creative, because we are pressured into adaptation and nothing is going on as it was before. So we need new ideas, new way of moving forward, and that opens a door for us, for young people, to be innovative as well. So especially like solar energy, it could bring light to the most off-grid society, and it can light up hospitals, it can light up schools. Yeah, I think that's what I would like to say on innovation. And in regards to, because I work as UNDP and I also have colleagues here from UNDP there, but UNDP, especially in the country offices, really helps young people get accredited, get financial support so they can attend COPs or they can attend other high-level events. We also have multiple accelerator labs in the country offices. So if anybody has an idea, I would suggest to communicate somebody in your country office, and there is multiple acceleration labs where you can actually develop your, it could be a product or a service. There is also currently a program called Tumbuktu, which is trying to work with universities where they have unipods, where young people with a product or a technology can go and develop their, their innovation. So it could scale up. Then from the unipods, you go to the bigger hubs where they actually help you scale your product. And from there, they will help you facilitate finance, so you can really become a business, a sustainable business. So UNDP is constantly trying to make sure that innovative ideas do not die on the ground, but gets the support that's needed. And anyways, just go, like if you know somebody from your country office, I really suggest you write an email. It's sometimes we are intimidated. I understand. Even for me, I remember I used to think like UNDP was this far away thing, but it's always about reaching out. So right, if like for example, you meet me, right? Just ask me, Lydia, I have this idea. Where should I work on? You know where I can get mentorship. So don't be intimidated. Just go and ask, and I think you can see the result. And Charles, maybe if you can say a few words, what your organization is doing to support young people be part of the global policy arena, if there is any.
You know, PACTE is a convener of dialogues, and I think we normally have many regional dialogue processes, starting from conferences around the African Union Summit, all the way to Africa Regional Forum on Sustainable Development. We have the SBs, we have COP, and we have many other fora. And what we try to do all the time is to ensure that we have youth representation. And of course, above all, the Nairobi Summer School on Climate Justice, which we have done now for for the last 5 years. And I think this is something that we really want to encourage. But sometimes I do tell young people, don't become disappointed when you don't secure resources to probably go for COP. In fact, by the way, there are people who go to COP and come back, home with nothing because, COP is also a very big forest. If you go there and you don't know what you're following, you get lost. If you go there and you don't know whether you're following mitigation, adaptation, response measures, or whatever, you actually get lost. It's not just any other excursion, so to say. But what is important is to also get interested to know what is happening, even without traveling there. We now have internet. We now have links through which you can access some of these particular meetings. I mean, try to build your knowledge, not necessarily through attending those particular meetings, but also, being able to join virtually. But we try as much as possible to have a good youth delegation in most of these convenings.
Today, how many minutes do we have so I know how many questions to take? Okay, we have 5 minutes. So, okay, because I'm going to give one hand here and then, okay, I have to give for, that side. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm so sorry. Okay, so I'm going to give here. Yes. And if we have time, okay, let's do it 3, Jodai, 1 there. Okay.
I think about climate change. We have to, I see primary and secondary, which means natural and man-made. I think we have to divide it, and the secondary one or the man-made can be rectified by man. The natural one is very difficult. My second point is about networking. Networking, how, the primordial basic function of a net is to catch a fish. At a government level, they are networked, they plan together. On the other end, at farmers level, they are networked at household level. We professionals, be it young or old or mature like me, we are not networked. So despite being the link between the two networked institutions, we remain, dismantled. We focus on narrow portion of life or physical science. We cannot solve the problem. Even if we know how to fish, we cannot do the job. So this is the thing that we have to work on critically. One thing, when I finished my university, I just worship modern knowledge. And Nyala, Mountain Nyala was, chased by poachers, and it was beaten on the back. So there was 2 vet doctors, one Cuba doctor, and another one was the Ethiopian. They said the injury was light. We went to the local person in Chilalo, RC region. Then he said, the injury is serious. It cannot be healed. So just slaughter and let it shouldn't suffer anymore. So you are illiterate, go away, they said. I did the pre-mortem exam, and then after 15 days, the Nyala had died. I have on my poster, by the way. So from that day onward, I am doing my research based on indigenous knowledge. Indigenous knowledge. Thank you for raising this. The other thing is, I think, what is the root cause for the conflict? To me, is water, shortage of water. So why not we focus on this? So when we classify, we approach in agriculture, we are agroecology based, and we were saying that we have to base on basin based. By the way, river doesn't know a political boundary. So there is a song in national language. የሀገሬ ልጅ ሞረሽ የወንዜ ልጅ ሞረሽ ነይ በነፍሴ ድረሽ። It is translated as a daughter of my river, come and save me. He didn't say, he didn't refer to a blood. So I think later on, after six years in United States, a scientist, a policy maker, Kaufman, said, why not we what if we, United States is basin based? Then in that classification, United States will be divided only from 50.
Thank you so much, our elder.
To a smaller one. So people rejected that. So I think, one thing, please. So when I was a student like you, we were learning about Nile, and I inverted the map itself downward. So we have to rethink. The geography has to be rewritten.
Thank you so
very
much. Thank you so much. Let's clap for our elder. Thank you for those words of wisdom. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think it's, which one did I give before? No, we already assigned one person there. Oh, it was that, yes, please. And can we keep it to summarized a little bit? I'm sorry, guys, but we are going out of time.
All right, thank you. My name is Mahrous Hussein Yusuf. I am from Chad. My question is for the Youth for Climate Call for Solution. In the framework of the Youth for Climate Call for Solutions, what concrete steps will be taken to ensure that African youth, especially those in least developed and climate vulnerable countries, have equitable access, simplified procedures, and real chance to succeed in funding, in securing funding. Other point, we youth in Africa, sometimes we have a nice idea, but we don't have mentorship, as you mentioned. So if Youth for Climate can think about this one and give the chance for youth to build their capacity before they call for solutions, then they will ensure that they will propose a very nice idea who will go with your need. Thank you.
Thank you. So we are left with one more back there. Yeah. And then.
Okay, thank you. My name is Daraje Garamo from Ethiopia. I wanted to say welcome for African brothers. I am agricultural expert. Also, I came from the Ilubabor zone, from Yayo Forest. Yayo Forest is registered in UNESCO. We are conserving the climate for Africa as well as for global. My question is, agriculture is both cause and solution for climate change. If agriculture is conserved in well or managed in well, it reduces climatic change. If it is not used in a systematic way or modern system, also it causes climatic change. For example, plantation, soil conservation are the role of agriculture for soil conservation. Also agroforestry, etc. are the agricultural roles to conserve the climatic change. So we African, how we have to transgenerational and transboundary climatic conservation method. This is my question. Transgenerational and transboundary. That is, which some innovation, if we create some innovation in Ethiopia, it must be used in Kenya, in Somalia, in Tanzania. This is transgenerational. Also, it is transboundary and transgenerational. The other case for climatic change is absence of inclusive innovation. There is no present inclusive innovation for all society, for all country, for all place and all time. The third question is how we can develop climatic smart agriculture. Climatic smart agriculture, for example, precision farming, remote sensing is the precision farming agriculture. If we use our agriculture in good way, we solve climatic change. Thank you.
So I guess you have answered most of your question, but I will let my colleague Charles here respond if he has anything to add later. Just to answer the question on the Youth for Climate solution. So you are asking how is Youth for Climate addressing the challenge young people in vulnerable and insecure areas apply or have access to this call for solutions? That's a very good question. By the way, we really work closely with UNDP country offices, and that's also the reason why our call for solutions are can reach grassroots level young people. So we work very closely with over 120 country offices of UNDP, and we disseminate the call for solution information in advance, and they support us in making sure that this call for solution reaches many young people, not just the ones on the international space. And most of our awardees are actually, even when we invite them to come for the award ceremony, most of the time it's their first time even on a plane or having this global access. So that's a win for us. We want to make sure that we reach the grassroots level. And like you mentioned, many young people, despite having the innovation, despite having the experience in working with local community co-designing projects, it might be very difficult to really understand the templates of these global grants. So that's also the reason like we have the mentorship, it's prior to the call for solution. So at the same time, we ask you to design your draft, and then you bring the draft before submitting, and you have one-to-one mentorship. So the mentor will guide you, not about your idea, but technically he will guide you. What does this work plan needs? How should you break down the activities? How do you allocate budgets? Or the budget that you have allocated, it's not feasible. So you get that support before submitting. And we also have explanatory sessions, webinars where you can exchange ideas with experts from multiple partners. We also have the mentorship program once you are awarded as well. So the mentorship, you will have your own mentor throughout your project implementation, even after you're awarded. So your project do not die with the $30,000, but it scales. So I think I have answered your question. And we also have a new thematic area, like I told you, climate, peace, and security, where young people in the most vulnerable places and insecure place can actually contribute for climate action. Because as you know, climate and peace are also interrelated. So you could also apply on those sectors. If Charles has anything to add, I will give the mic to him.
Thank you. The gentleman raised a very good point around cross-running or running from each other. And I think it's important to encourage that as much as possible because, we normally say iron sometimes sharpens, iron. There's a saying that goes as such. So as much as possible, engage in what we call continuous running. And running, from best examples, running from what others are doing. And I think because you have the advantage, of technology, you're able to connect on WhatsApp, you're able to connect on LinkedIn, you're able to connect on other different, social media fora. Try as much as possible to run from each other and be able to share some of those good practices that you can actually be able to take up. But I also want to mention and to caution our young people that even as we embrace some of these terminologies from the West, we must be able to contextualize that, within our context. Because one of the challenges that we are also getting to experience is that some programs are being framed outside Africa, some concepts are framed outside Africa, and then somebody wants to cut, and paste, the same within the African context. And the two may not necessarily be very, very much aligned. I know he talked about climate smart agriculture, and I know that's a commonly used term. But I think it's important to be very, very careful how we're utilizing some of these particular terminologies. If you go to the West, you go to Denmark or other countries that are probably engaging in beef production, for example, they'll tell you probably climate smart agriculture is managing the stocks so that you reduce production of methane from those animals. But go to Tanzania or Kenya and tell a Maasai community that, you have to reduce your livestock because livestock are producing methane, and methane contributes to to global warming 4 times than the normal carbon dioxide. I think we must be very, very realistic. Those are not solutions that you can actually impose on a community based on the context that they actually operate in. So I think we need to see some of these particular concepts, even as we engage on the same. It's just like transition. We cannot be able to take the concept of just transition the way it is interpreted from the North. Because from the North, it's about probably access to jobs and so on and so forth, especially for the communities affected by closure of coal farms. But I think in Africa, we look at transition, especially energy transition from access point of view. We have 600 million of us who don't have access to electricity, for example. And what are some of the solutions that we think probably are available, for us to be able to engage in? I think I saw an example of a young person in Malawi who actually powered the entire village through simple hydro, installation in his area. And I think we have had those cases, for example, all this coming from young people. I think we need not think when you're inside the box, and don't even think outside the box. Think without the box, because if you think outside the box, you are tempted to jump back again. So think without the box anywhere. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jodai. Thank you, everyone.
I think we need a bit of a round of applause. Yeah. It has been a very enlightening discussion. I think I like this format where they were exchanging each other. They were really, recognizing one another's ideas. So I'm very, very happy that we had representatives and, dialogue from UNDP and also PACJA. But I would like to also recognize the presence of Mr. Joseph Nana. Am I saying it right? I'm sorry. Also CEO of Africa Climate Energy Nexus and CEO of First Africa Climate Summit. So it's a great deal for us. He's going to be also here so that we can share the declaration and engage with him furthermore. Thank you so much, dear sir. Can we get a bit of a round of applause? Great. So without further ado, you guys keep on hearing the word declaration again and again. And what? Again. So for that to be a little bit shared and also explained, I'm going to bring back Alphonse that gave us a big lecture yesterday. I hope he's not going to give us a lecture today again. He's going to entertain us and also share what are the main perspectives of the declaration, what are the points that we really want to highlight in behalf of the youth of ICA. So I don't see Alphonse actually. Where is, Alphonse's team. Sorry.
So I'm not Alphonse. I am Efrata. Yes, of course. I will be more entertaining. I don't see any smile there. Oh, let me go out there. Okay. So since we are talking about the declaration, I got the stage. So thank you. So it's an honor to start. Oh, let me introduce myself first. So this is Efrata Lamayo Haile from ICA 2025 team. So it's an honor to stand before you here today as we present the African Youth Climate Assembly 2025 ICA Addis Ababa Youth Declaration. So this document is not just the words on paper. It is a collective voice of the African youth. You don't agree? Oh, you don't? So this declaration is a call to action for decision makers, partners, and leaders to listen, to act and to recognize the central role of the youth that must play in addressing the climate crisis. So on behalf of the Assembly, which is which is the ICA team, so we thank you for your presence, your attention, and your willingness to work with us on this journey. So with that, let us move into the presentation of the declaration. Who is ready? Don't give us that long lecture.
Thank you so much. And now that Frada has given me some strict conditions, I'll follow to the letter. So, how are you guys? How is everyone? So we'll do this. When I say ICA 2025, you say yes we can, right? ICA 2025? Yes, ICA 2025? Yes, perfect. I'm so glad that we are now at the home stretch of the Africa Youth Climate Assembly 2025. And in the room, we have a very incredible person who has been, part of the conceptualization of all this, a huge champion of the Africa Youth Climate Assembly in the name of Joseph Nganga. Can we give it to him, please? Guys, we can do better. We are almost finishing, right? Thank you so much. So he'll be addressing us in the closing segment. But on the screens, as you can see, we have QR code. I'm expecting you all to have scanned it with your smartphones. We'll be, I hope it is scannable, if English people will allow me use that word. Yes. So after you scan that QR code, you'll see we have the English and French version of the declaration through that QR code that is projected on the screens. So I'm expecting all of you to be doing that right now. And in the meantime, I want to hear a shout out from anyone who has managed to get there. Guys, do we only have one person who has got a smartphone? Thank you. Thank you so much. So going back to what we did yesterday, just in a few seconds, this will be put down and then we'll be having the kind of a document projected. Technical people, is it there? All right, thank you. So I'm just buying time so that some of us yes. So I'm sorry for some of us who don't have smartphones. You'll catch up a little bit later. So guys, we have a very incredible document. Yesterday, I was up to 3 in the morning and I could see many people still on the document providing a lot of input. So can you clap? That's where you clap, eh? I'll remind you where to clap, right? Yes. 3 a.m., people were still up, like interacting with the document here, so that we make it as inclusive voice of young people from across the continent as possible, carrying with it the weight of various thematic areas that we want to look at. But definitely, as my senior child, Philip Kilonzo, reminds me every other time that the world has never been enough, is that we can't definitely have everything in the declaration. We've really tried to have everything, but trust me, we can't have everything. So this is what we have, greatly designed by Sam Mue. Can we give a round of applause to Sam? Please. Sam has been working round the clock to have very fantastic designs that you can see projected there with very nice faces that we have even in the room. So as we said, we're having 2 segments in the declaration, the preambular section and then the operative section. So in the preambular section, as you can see in your phones, is that, let's go up please, the technical team. Yeah, we are going back to, like, you know, get to say that we as young people of Africa who are gathered here in the Africa Youth Climate Assembly, these particular dates in Addis Ababa, but also other young people that have been engaged in the consultations. We've been having consultations running in all the 5 African regions and even African youth in diaspora to consolidate all the inputs here. But even yesterday, and I was saying up to 3 a.m., I could see some people on the document still providing their input. But again, going to the context, I would just say that the preambular section will be providing you with the context, and then you will read. I will not tell you at your luxury, but it's a must that you read this document, guys, because we have interacted with it from yesterday. We had a QR code that gave you the document when it was still in its raw stages. And now here we are with it. So I'm not going to take you through each and every paragraph, but I just want you to have a gist of everything. So I understand our technical bench is taking us through a slow pace that you can all scan through. Then we are about now to cross over to the operative segment. And yesterday, we had a word from the Deputy Prime Minister that when we get to finish up this document, it will get to his office, it will get to Prime Minister's office, and it will get to the Africa Climate Summit. That's where you clap, you know, I have to remind you. So we proceed. The first segment, we are talking about the money, right? We had a very interesting session just right now, talking about the funding, the financing. And there is where we are beginning with our declaration, the operative section, speaking about where we want the funding to go. We've not been having financing at scale and speed that we want. And those things are coming up quite strongly there. But also the financing flows are not getting to young people, right? Yeah, the design is a bit skewed not to really work for young people as such. And those are some of the things that we are putting out. Good thing that we have Joseph Nganga here who will speak a lot to that. I don't really want to go to his speeches, but I'm sure that he'll give us a word to that effect. Then, of course, we are speaking a lot to youth participation, where we are speaking about the institutionalization of Africa Youth Climate Assembly. You'll see those things there. Then also going to just transition, skills, and green jobs. Yeah, we've had all these sessions, and this is how the declaration is framed, to cross-cut all the sessions that we had here in ICA, but also the cross-cutting issues that young people in Africa are facing. So we go down again, where we'll be also seeing, besides the beautiful faces there, technology, acceleration, and innovation. Yes. So focus on the content, guys, right? Yes. So, yes. So on the technology, acceleration, and innovation, I think it has been said, even Dr. Mithika's speech yesterday centered around incredible innovations that young people are doing in the continent. And that is coming out quite strongly here, where issues of AI are really pertinent. We are speaking about creating youth innovation hubs, boot camps, science hackathons, to have young people in Africa really capacitated, but also we are putting in elements of technology transfers within the continent. And I'm sure Lydia is taking this and we will hold her accountable. Sorry, Lydia. So we are going again up there to see issues of nature, ecosystems, food systems. Well, it's mouthful, guys, but you know, it's speaking to all these elements in a bundle, where we are going also to talk about issues of climate, peace, and security. I'm sure it's an emerging frontier, quite political, but we were blessed just few minutes before to have a panel here with the government of Denmark and government of Somalia, the two co-chairs of the UN Peace and Security Council, speaking to this issue on our panel here. So guys, also you need to clap of the value-packed sessions that we had. in this Africa Youth Climate Assembly. Then finally, we'll be speaking about regional and global solidarity, where the issues of visa, my brother from Cameroon raised it quite strongly just right here, where issues of visa, these logistical issues that are affecting young people need to be put up. But other issues that are hindering adoption or operationalization of ACFTA in African continent. It can't be that I'm flying 2 hours from Nairobi and I'm paying $2,000. It's not possible, right? But it is. I mean, that's what some of us have done to be here. It cannot be possible that I cannot visit our African colleagues in another country, in another African country, because of visa issues that is coming up. And we as young people, I'm sure it's very political, but we as young people must engage in these topics if we want change in our continent. You also clap at that point. So finally, we are even pushing even further to call heads of state and government to even have a matrix of implementation of the Africa Climate Summit decisions, including the Africa Youth Climate Assembly declarations, right? It's something that we are putting out because we are shooting very high for this declaration to land in hands of many people. And that's why in the beginning, we are calling heads of state, ministers, private sector actors, faith-based institutions. So whoever helps us implement this declaration will be our darling, right? So, and then we are not ending it up with just demanding. We are also making our piece of effort in the declaration, whereby we are going to commit on some of the things that we have to do as African young people, right? Yes. So that said, then now we can all read the final paragraph, and then I will call upon you all to help me adopt this declaration. Can we just read, all of us? Yeah, I'm sure you are doing it in primary school, in preschool probably. We are finding it a bit so childish, but that is to tell you how old we are becoming. So, guys, can we read the final paragraph kindly? Guys, I was rushing around to get a gavel for us to adopt it, but you did. Clap for yourself. So right now, I think we are going to have a celebration for this, and Jodai will lead us in that front, or Elizabeth rather. Jodai, please, lead us to a celebration of adopting this declaration. Clap again. That's where you clap, guys.
I think Alphonse finally made his presentations entertaining. So let's clap for him as well. Yeah, this is really, really amazing. I mean, to be united, to have a forefront on youth's declaration, an idea that we have and we can push on our organizations, that we can push on our partners, is something that we're really, really happy to work on. So this declaration is, once again, it's yours. Thank God it's also in French. We're hoping that it could also be translated to some other languages, hopefully. But until then, please go through it. Please engage with it. Please share to your high levels. Please share to your partners and organizations. Thank you so much. And for the biggest celebration that we have is actually an artist performance. What? I know. So we have to give our artist a big round of applause. I want your flags out. I want your celebration mood. I want all of your energy back so that we have to adopt this with full on energy. Okay? Hello, hello. Hi, hi. Hello, hello. Perfect. That's amazing.
Hello, everybody. Hello. How are you feeling? How is everybody feeling? How are you feeling? Let me see the flags. Let me see the flags. We have to get an interlude, isn't it? Conversation are not easy, isn't it? And it's afternoon. Heavy meal calls for what? An energy, isn't it? So my name is Nelmo Newsong from Nairobi, Kenya. And I'm about to give you two songs. The first song is called Counted, because all of us have to be counted in. Because today we made a declaration, isn't it? So, and the second song is called Mother Nature. DJ, give me the first song. We can stand, just stand. We stand. Yeah, yeah.
Using my voice to say something, using the art to say anything. Contribute to the change I need. On the ground to be content.
Yeah.
Using my voice to say something, using the art to say anything. Contribute to the change I need. On the front to be
content.
I wanna tell the story.
Okay, start from the top. Start from the top. Start from the top. I want the camera people, make sure you get the flags, isn't it? We want to wave them. Like a waving flag. Let's go. You can dance your best moves. You can give us your best moves.
Using my voice to say something, using the art to say anything. Contribute to the change I need. On the front to be contending. Using my voice to say something. Using the art to say anything. Contribute to the change I need. On the front to be contending. I wanna tell the stories, provoking kind of stories. In the world full of worries, Amazon burning kind of stories. I wanna use graffiti. I wanna use puppetry. I wanna use folk stories. I wanna use some music. Using my voice to say something, using the art to say anything. Contribute to the change I need. On the front to be contented. Using my voice to say something, using the art to say anything. Contribute to the change I need. On the front to be contented. I wanna tell the stories, provoking kind of stories.
In the world full of worries, Amazon burning kind of stories. Say, I wanna use puppetry. I wanna use puppetry. I wanna use for stories. I wanna use some music. Funding is what we need. Telling different stories around the world when it's challenging. Raise your hand. Listen. Using my sound to say something. Using the art to say anything. Contribute to the change I need.
On the front to be contented.
Listen, using my art to say something. Using the voice to say anything. Contribute to the change I need.
On the front to be
play the next song. Okay.
Artists are also researcher, influencing policy for change.
Play the next song. Play the same song. So the next song is called Mother Nature. How many love Mother Nature? How many of us love Mother Nature? You know, people from Nairobi expected a sunny Addis, but they were surprised by a very rainy one, isn't it? Yeah? It's called Mother Nature. Yeah.
My culture taught me well to preserve the ecosystem. Expertise to understand where the river and where the swamp, where to farm and where to build, where is good and where is bad, to avoid natural disasters, safeguarding all the homeland.
Yeah.
Leave no one behind. them on this side. Human rights approach is what we need.
Listen, Mother Nature, love your nature, from the sea and the mountain, from the river and the rivers. Mother Nature, love your nature, Mother Nature, love your nature, from the sea
and the mountain,
from the rivers.
and the rivers.
Mother Nature, love your nature,
Connecting with my
nature,
try make it
better.
working with the
People,
solution
every season,
connecting with my language,
yeah,
make it easy
always.
connect
Nature and business.
activate loss and damage fund.
Listen, leave no one behind.
Bring them on this side.
Human rights
approach.
Listen, is what. Sing everybody say, Mother Nature, love your nature, from the sea and the mountain, from the forest and the rivers. Mother Nature, love your nature, Mother Nature, love your nature, from the sea and the mountain, from the forest and the rivers. Mother Nature,
love your nature.
Listen,
Other use gotta be a solution.
yeah, and they need support.
Consistency in trusting them is what
I
they
tell you
need
what?
the most. Alternative is what
We all need.
Power degradation, we gonna reduce
Yeah.
corruption in the system.
Everybody, let's sing as we finish. Mother Nature, love your nature, from the sea and the mountain, from the rivers and just finish. Mother Nature, love your nature, from the sea and the mountain, from the forest and the river. Mother Nature, love your nature. Thank you so much. Wow.
Wow, that was amazing, right? Let's give Nelmo a bit of a round of applause, eh? Maybe hire him for your events? Maybe? Okay. Now for the next session, please take it away.
Amazing. Hello, youth of Africa. Can I hear you? Hello. Amazing. Before we move to the next section, allow me to recognize the presence of His Excellency Mr. Clever Gatete, the UNECA Executive Secretary. Let's welcome him in the room. Well, we're still in the segment of the declaration, which has now been adopted by young people across the African continent. And these young people in this room are representing millions of others that couldn't be here in Addis Ababa. So they carry with them the voices of their fellow young people in their countries across the continent, and the message is going to go out all across the continent. And yesterday, Dr. Mithika mentioned something in a session in the evening, and he said that if we don't come together, no one will bring us together. So we have to come together and continue championing this at the continent. So I would now want to welcome Joseph Nganga, who is the CEO of AFSEN, which is the Africa Climate Energy Nexus. And he is also the CEO of the first Africa Climate Summit. And I would also call him a champion and one of the champions of ICA, because he was there with us since the first African Youth Climate Assembly that happened in Nairobi, and is there again with us today to witness the adoption of this second declaration. And we now welcome him to deliver his remarks. Let's appreciate him one more time.
Good afternoon. What energy, what excitement. I'm so energized being among young people. I'm going to refer to myself as one of you for today, if you allow. I know my gray hairs say I'm a little older, but I would like to be considered among the youth so that I can get some of that energy. So thank you to the organizers and everybody else for giving me the opportunity to provide closing remarks. I'm sure you've had a wonderful session. You've had great discussions. I was not invited to all your discussions in this one, but I was invited to in the one in Kenya, the first Africa Climate Summit and the first AOICA. And I learned a lot about your work. And so I'm sure even this one has been very exciting. So thank you for having me. So in my closing remarks, I'm going to touch on a few things. Today, we stand at the threshold of history. We gather to hear as part of Africa Youth Climate Assembly, not just attendees, but as protagonists in a grand story of change. Look around this room. You are the largest, the most populous, young people anywhere on earth. By 2035, our continent will have more young people entering the workforce each year than the rest of the world combined. This youth boom is not a statistic. It is a surge of energy and potential, unlike anything global history has witnessed. It's as if Africa is a giant brain, and each of you is a neuron, firing with ideas, connecting into networks, and ready to spark a continental transformation. You should applaud for yourselves. We often hear that youth are the leaders of tomorrow, but in this assembly and in this urgent moment for climate action, let's make one thing very clear. Africa's youth are not just leaders of tomorrow, we are leaders of today. Remember, I have asked you to adopt me as a youth. We are leaders of today. The challenges we face are immense. Our communities are already feeling the effects of climate change, from profound droughts and to lots of challenges, even though we've contributed less than 3% of global emissions. Some see a tension between developing our economies and protecting our planet, as if we must choose one or the other. But we reject that false premise. Climate agenda, but we reject that promise. Climate action and development are not in competition agenda. They're converging on the same path, a path that we must pave. In fact, the global transition to clean energy holds new promise for Africa's economy and social development. We can leapfrog old technologies, skip the pollution that plagued old industrialized economies, and build a future where green growth is not a dream, is not just a dream, but our daily reality. So I invite you to imagine a future with me as we close this assembly. Imagine an Africa where every village is lit by renewable energy, where every young person is connected to opportunities through technology, where our innovation drives climate resilience and creates millions of jobs. This is not a fantasy, it's already beginning. And we see the youth of Africa and the ones who will lead it to fruition. We see the youth of Africa as the ones who will lead it to fruition. As Theodore Roosevelt famously said over a century ago, it is not the critic who counts. The credit belongs to the man or woman. At the time, there was no gender sensitivity, but it is meant to be the man or woman who is in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, who errs, who spends himself or herself in a worthy cause, who at the best knows in the end the triumph of high achievement, and who at the worst, if he or she fails, at least failed while daring greatly. Each of us here today is in the arena. Each of us is daring greatly. And together we cannot fail because we will not accept defeat. Climate and development is a single agenda. My friends, Africa's agenda for climate action is its agenda for development. We refuse the outdated norm that development and climate are in competition. Climate action and economic opportunity are two sides of the same coin. In fact, in Africa, they fuel each other. Think of it this way. Being climate positive also drives economic development. from solar energy, which is climate positive, to electrification, which brings us industrialization, jobs, and development. In fact, investing in green development is one of the smartest economic moves we can make on the continent. Every solar panel installed, every wind farm commissioned, every mangrove forest restored is also an investment in our people. Renewable energy is now the cheapest source of energy in any part of Africa, meaning we can bring electricity to the communities that have waited generations for it at lower costs than ever before. And every electricity comes, and with electricity comes possibility. Businesses can grow, students can study after dark, clinics can store vaccines safely. The more we integrate climate solutions, the more we accelerate development. According to the Africa Development Bank and partners, Africa's abundant clean energy resources could create up to 100 million jobs. And those are young people's jobs. They're not jobs for people like me. So huge potential there. That's the scale of opportunity we're talking about. Our generation, your generation, understands this intrinsically. You don't compartmentalize problems that the way we, the older people and institutions, have done. When you advocate for solar panels on every rooftop, you're also advocating for energy access and entrepreneurship. When you push for restoring degraded lands, you're also pushing for better agriculture and food security. By leading the convergence of climate and development agenda, Africa youth can ensure our continent doesn't follow someone else's development model. As Philip said earlier, we can define a new model, one that is climate positive and fit for purpose for our continent. How do we do this? We must harness emerging technologies. We've talked about renewable energy. We also have battery energy storage, which is allowing us to take our solar resource into the night and into activities that if there are clouds, we're still able to operate. But we also have artificial intelligence. In this day and age, we are seeing huge amounts of investment in artificial intelligence globally, but not as much in Africa. The other night, I saw President Trump hosted the 5 largest tech companies, and he went around the room and asked each of them, the CEOs, how much they're investing. Facebook is investing $600 billion, Microsoft, $80 billion a year. Which other company? So you're talking the quantum of money being invested is enormous. Google, Microsoft, OpenAI, but a lot of that is not coming to the continent. We as Africans must build our own AI capabilities, and we will do so through our collective effort. None of us individually, none of our companies individually have equally that large amount of money. But if we leverage each other, if we work together as a network, we can unlock that level of investment. But why is it so critical? Today, if you want to build a road, your technology is based on what has been researched for years and years and years, and for millions and millions of dollars, which a lot of our economies don't have. But you young people have the ability to go online and get on ChatGPT or specialized models and say, in my town, I have limestone and I have coconut shells. I also have these other substances available in my village. How can I use that, or what do I do with the resources I have to build and pave roads at a cost and solution in terms of sustainability and so on that is fit for purpose for my village? You don't need a PhD anymore. You don't need hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars of research. You just need ingenuity. And the youth in this room have that ingenuity. So the second technology is artificial intelligence. The third will be robotics. We have seen electric vehicles, and I'm very impressed with Ethiopia for having banned ICE vehicles and leveraging electric vehicles. Excellent. But that's just the beginning. Next, we will have robotics. We struggle to build transmission lines, we struggle to build power projects because they're extremely expensive. And oftentimes they're built by corporations that are from other parts of the world. So we are not only not able to afford them or have limited ability to afford what is built, but we also don't get that expertise. The contractors come with their staff, they build the roads, the infrastructure, and they leave. But now with robotics, you young people will be able to program equipment that can work in your context, in your villages, requiring the lowest cost in terms of building infrastructure and having the lowest impact on nature. When you build a power project in a traditional way, you have to cater for an enormous amount of human interference in nature. You damage trees, you damage nature, biodiversity, and so on. Robotics allow us to do things with greater precision and do it ourselves in our own context. So the third technology I encourage young people to look into in the context of a climate positive development for our continent is robotics. I saw a video the other night where a gentleman in Nigeria with $1 million, and I know that sounds like a lot of money, but in the grand scheme of things, $1 million isn't an enormous amount of money, has developed drones that provide security for over $1 trillion worth of infrastructure in Nigeria. Everything from oil rigs to manufacturing to offices. That is African ingenuity built by us using emerging technologies in our own context. I challenge you to think that way. The next is genomics. Today, we see a lot of innovation around genomics. You can look at plants and engineer the type of plant that will be drought resilient. We are seeing from our climate models that in East Africa, for example, we will have large amounts of rainfall in very short periods of time, which means the crops that we've had in the past and their cycles of growth and harvesting will change. How do we make sure we can still feed our people? I encourage young people to look into genomics because not only are you able to address the crops in a way that they can be resilient to nature, but we'll also be able to address diseases and other issues in a way that's both climate positive as well as economically competitive. But to do all this, you need two things. You need data and you need tools and a platform on which your ideas and ingenuity can leverage existing data and tools to succeed. This is why we've built AFCEN, the Africa Climate and Energy Nexus. We provide a platform with data, hyperlocal data, including data that's collected by young people across smallholder farming, infrastructure, and so on. We marry that with what I just described, which is innovative technologies in AI and so on, so that you can leverage that in a very efficient way to say, in my village, we are seeing this disease that's completely destroying our staple crop. But extension farmers are no longer available because our governments don't have the resources they used to have. But with a tool like a mobile phone and the AI platform of AFCEN, you can approach, take a picture of the crop, and it will tell you not only what the disease is, but also what you should use in terms of addressing that problem with what you have in your context. So I strongly encourage all of us to, one, fight for justice. We must fight for climate justice because while we've only contributed 3%, as I said, we are suffering the greatest blunt. But secondly, we must have courage. And that courage is a courage to dare greatly. Do not sit back and say, we have problems and we have to go to our government or we must wait for X, Y, Z. No, the power is in your hands. You have the agency. You have the ability to use your ingenuity and crucially, your relationships and your networks. And I hope that there is a plan to keep this going. And I'm delighted to see that as part of the declaration, you intend to institutionalize this organization. You must leverage your ingenuity, your local context, and your relationships as young people to create solutions. As I said in the beginning, Africa has one of the largest and will have the largest youth population anywhere. That is 130 million Africans joining the workforce annually. That can either be a problem or an opportunity. And when I look at all your faces, your determination, your willingness to be here, it tells me you're in the arena. And that gives me a lot of hope. It also tells me that you're willing to stretch yourselves to address our challenges. That's also very encouraging. It is therefore our jobs, and Elizabeth and team, I hope you hold us accountable, to make sure that we provide the platforms, the tools, the capabilities. And as Philip said, my background is finance. We must also ensure that those the ingenuity and the ideas you develop have mechanisms and tools to achieve financial investments. Why? Because that's how you scale the solutions for our continent. I will conclude by saying that while this is ending today, I do hope that the momentum continues into ACS. I'm very happy that the Deputy Prime Minister was here and has promised to ensure this is encoded in the outcomes of this summit. And I'm looking forward to supporting this effort further as you develop your ideas. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Joseph. And I'd like to kindly request you to remain on stage as we invite His Excellency as well to deliver his remarks. On accountability, we made it clear that on this ICA, we actually rolled out a scorecard to track any commitments. So if you've made any commitment, please take note that they've been recorded and we will hold you to account for them. And after this, we're going to be having an award ceremony because you have more than 200 young people that have been in Addis Ababa for more than 2 weeks for the Nairobi Climate Justice Summer School by PACJA. So you'll also have an opportunity to present to them the certificates as well. At this juncture, I would want to welcome the Executive Secretary of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, UNECA, His Excellency Mr. Clever Gatete. Let's welcome him on stage. A lot of celebrations for him as he takes the stage. He's still not on stage, guys. Thank you so much, sir. We welcome you to deliver your remarks.
Wow, this is very serious. Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, you know, I just came from Senegal. We had the Food Systems Summit, and it was all about the youth. And that's why we spent the whole week. So when I came, they told me I have to come and have a discussion with the youth. They prepared a speech for me. And I was wondering whether I really need to read a speech. I was expecting that I would have a conversation with you because this issue of climate is so serious and it requires people like you. Because by 2050, 1 in 3 of the global youth will be an African. So, and you have seen what you can do. Last year, at the very beginning of the year, we had the Youth Association across the continent. We are working for the Summit of the Future. Because of the challenges that we are having, because the global financial architecture is changing, the world is changing, we wanted to have a discussion with the youth so they can give also a declaration. So as we prepared for that, we had 4 days at the Economic Commission for Africa with the youth, looking at all areas. One was the reform of the global financial architecture, where the architecture that was put there in 1945, after the Second World War, we realized it was no longer working. it was no longer functional. At least it was not working for us on the African continent. And by then there was a discussion on financing for development, the fourth meeting that ended in Spain in July. And we are discussing 4 areas. One was the reform of the current financial system that could work for Africa, could work for developing countries, could be fair. The second one was the reform of the Security Council, where the way it was set up during that time, that's the way it never changed. There's only 5 countries that have the veto and also have the other pen holders. There was also the issue of technology. When I was in New York, I happened to be one of the co-facilitators of the Global Digital Compact, where we're looking at where technology is taking us in the future. And technology is almost equivalent to the youth because it's the youth who are leading in technology. And African youth are the ones that are leading in technology. We wanted to see, understand it, and see how we can come up with a compact for the future as far as technology is concerned, including and especially the artificial intelligence. The third one was also the intergenerational, because at the end of the day, by 2050, none of us, I think very few will be around. And for you, you'll be on this stage with gray hair, you'll be old, but you'll be the one handling the challenges that we are facing today. We've been facing so many challenges. 2008, 2009, we had international financial crisis. It was so difficult. People had become greedy and they never had backup for the financial system, and it backfired. It had a lot of effect. And then after that, we had, of course, what they called Arab Spring. The fuel went up and we all suffered. After that, there was COVID. And then you have so many wars around the world that are happening. So resources are being diverted to where they think is the most important, security and various on development. And now we have climate change. I don't know if any of you who has not seen droughts that are unusual, who have not seen floods, too much of it that you don't know even how to predict anymore. The heat waves, it's really a big problem. The cyclones. In 2023, in Mozambique, it cost their economy by up to 15% of GDP. Now, on average, the climate is costing our continent 5% of GDP. That's quite significant by any standards. And by the way, it's not getting any better, it's getting only worse. And last year, when we were seated and discussing with the youth, we came up with a declaration. I tell you that ECA, we took it to New York, to the Secretary General who appreciated it, and also to our ambassadors. And in their own resolution, they also took that one into account. So what I'm trying to tell you, don't underestimate your efforts. Don't think that you are here wasting time. What you are doing must be taken into account. At the end of the day, this climate change is about you. You are young, you are the leaders of today and tomorrow, and the next day, you are the ones who are going to handle this crisis. So you better get involved now. And not only get involved, but you have to show the leadership. As you said, you come up with your own declaration that must be taken into account. It will be wrong if you don't consider what you are saying and consider what we think is right, because it's about you and you must get involved as we move forward. In technology, when we are talking about the 2.6 billion who are not connected, and we are talking about artificial intelligence that's for other continents. Last year, Economic Commission did a study, and we looked at all the 2,400 artificial intelligence products that were on the continent. We just picked 373 startups, and we found they were in 31 different sectors, 44 countries. We rated them. They are all in agriculture, They're in health, they're in education, they're in business, they're in everything. And the countries that were leading at the time was South Africa, Kenya, Egypt, Ghana, Ethiopia, in the different areas. If they can do it, that means every country on the continent can do it. And that's why we realize that we have the potential that we are not exploiting. And for this, when it comes to climate, I expected, rather than coming here to give a speech, to sit down with you and exchange ideas, listen to you, so that at this point, there will be two areas. You come up with your own compact, but also we take into consideration what we are discussing with you so that we can learn from you. And I thought that would be more meaningful than for us to come and just read and then tell you how wonderful you are to be here and tell you all the good things. But I think this is serious business. This is serious business where our economy is affected. Right now, the debt levels that we are facing is more than 1 trillion. And countries are having problems with the fiscal space that they have. They have now borrowed, they overborrowed, there is no system in place. We no longer have the Paris Club that was helping them in terms of reducing the debt. The common framework that was put there by G20 is not working properly. There seems to be no solution in place. And at the same time, our countries, since independence up to now, there are only 2 countries that are investment grade, and that's Botswana and Mauritius. And that's why we are trying to see how we can correct domestic resources. We have all the natural resources, more than any other continent. We have, in agriculture, we have more than 60% in terms of the land that is fertile globally. In terms of minerals, you have more than 30% of the total minerals that we have. That's why every continent, every country is looking up to us. We have everything it takes. And for climate, definitely we have 60% of the solar. This is where the sunshine is. Forest, everything that you want is on our continent. And that's why we need the youth to get involved in terms of finding solutions. Nobody else is going to do this for us. For the hydro, for the solar, for other renewable energies. And that's why we have like Kenya, which has 90% of the renewable energy. We have, other countries really, we have everything it takes. But how do we organize ourselves to make sure that we can take care? And as mentioned, the climate impact, of which our contribution is less than 3%, as mentioned before, but we are the one facing the whole entire impact of the cost of that. And that's why it was very important for us, rather than just being here, telling you what we think is right, just to have a conversation, which I would very much wish, so that you can ask questions, you can give contributions, we can also tell you what we think, and then that would enrich you, but also it will help us as the people also who have influence in one way or the other, but that would also contribute to also your own compact, your own declaration, which is going to be useful. We are heading for the COP 30 in Brazil. And when we go there, you'll find people in so many meetings running around. But at the end of the day, we need to come up with a pact that reflects us as an African. When I was a Minister of Finance a long time ago, they started this climate fund, 100 billion. I came back, I told my president, we are getting money because my country, Rwanda, was also part of the steering committee. We're so excited. And that was a long time ago in 2013. I kept waiting up to now, nothing is disbursed. We are getting less than 3% of that cost that is being invested here, on the continent. So there is a lot of promises, less disbursements. And when you go now to Brazil, there'll be a lot of talk. We have more than 80 funds, climate funds. They don't talk to each other. Each one requires quite a lot. They cannot harmonize. The policies are different. And then we go there, you keep negotiating, and then by the time you finish negotiating, then you go back, they make other promises, and nothing will come. And that's where the problem is. That's where the problem is. is that we need to find our own solutions as well on the continent. So we can't wait for the money that will come from outside. If ever it comes, it will not be free. And that's why you need to find innovative solutions. At the Economic Commission for Africa, that's why you go for green bonds. How do you structure them? How does it help countries? How about the blue bonds? How about sustainability-linked bonds? What are the methods of financing can we find that can help our own countries? Those are the things that we are working on a day-to-day basis, but also our own climate. We have carbon credit that has been, we never used to have it. But then when you had the carbon and they say we don't have alternatives, let's sell our own carbon. The carbon in Europe is more than $100 per ton. The carbon in Africa, the same carbon, they are all the same. It's less than $10 per ton. And I remember in the last COP when in Baku, when they were telling the Secretary General and he looked at it, he didn't believe maybe what the staff was telling them when we were there, and he asked everybody. They say we are selling it at $5 per ton, we are selling it at $8, we are selling it at $9 per ton, and this is really not acceptable. That's why we need to find a way, and that's why we created the registry that is helping the member countries. We started with the Congo Basin, 16 countries plus Morocco. We went to the Sahel, we went to island states to see how you can have a registry that will guide you in terms of trading, because usually they are traded on stock exchange. But some people who have been trading it for ages are coming to take advantage of us to say, I can only give you this if you're interested, ripping off our own natural resource, which is the climate. And I think this is not fair. That's why we need you. That's why we need a discussion. That's why we need practical things. That's why you need to start also doing something rather than just making a statement, but we should start also making some of the few progress that we can make on the continent. I don't want to take much of your time. Part of my background has been a diplomat. It's usually a diplomat who gave a speech for 3 hours. After 2 hours, only a few people were left. And by the time he finished, only one person was left. So he turned around and said, why are you still here? And then he replied, because I'm the next speaker. So thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Mr. Clever. Let's appreciate him one more time. And I think it will be noble if we take maybe 2 questions from the audience and we can get a response from them. If we can have a mic going around. I don't know where Jodahi is, or if Ifrata.
Thank you very much, sir. I'm really inspired by your speech. It's really amazing, and it's something I appreciate. I'm Garang Gabriel Malek. I'm from South Sudan. I believe that African problems can be solved by African-led solutions. And I want to ask this question. Instead of us, the African, adopting to a global climate finance system, what if we, Africa, lead the way by designing our own that is grounded in our lived realities, indigenous knowledge, and entrepreneur spirit? What would it really take for us as Africa to build a climate finance ecosystem that reflects our continent's strength, not just its need? I thank you.
Okay. Next is going to be over there.
Thank you so much to both of you for your excellent remarks. To this amazing group of young people, I have two questions also regarding picking up what the brother just asked as well. One is that, of course, we know that militarism means emissions, and militarism is, of course, also one of the big leaders of the climate crisis. So I was wondering if you had reflections on the impacts of imperial forces in Africa, like AFRICOM of the United States, and its impacts on Africa's climate goals. And then secondly, as the brother named as well, if you have any concerns about Africa being used as a carbon pricing sink, being that things like carbon offsets and carbon pricing don't reduce emissions at source and sometimes results in another form of colonization of Africa's natural resources, like its forests, as we've seen in South America with indigenous people there. Thank you very much.
Great. One last question, and then we give it back.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Fatna Ikram Alfen. I'm a PhD researcher candidate and director of projects of an NGO called Youth for Climate Morocco, which is based in Morocco. Unfortunately, I didn't have the chance to be with you during the summer school. It's my actually first day here. And I just wanted to ask like mainly two questions. One regarding youth. So basically, both of your excellency have mentioned how important youth are. And I truly actually agree with you because I've been working with youth for quite so long time. And I see the ambitions that youth, African youth specifically have. They are so innovative, they have the energy. Unfortunately, what we are lack for, or the challenges that youth in marginalized and vulnerable countries have, is the lack of financial support and technology barriers. So when we talk about climate finance, it is a critical element for to advance in climate adaptation and resilience, even though we are in a phase of climate resilience, but for majority of African countries, we just need to adapt to the impacts of climate change. Now, the climate actually, the Green Climate Finance have submitted so far $10 billion to initiatives. Unfortunately, like the majority of this fund actually have been flowed to governments and big institutions, and less than 2% of this funding actually is contributed to or given to the grassroots initiatives or organizations. And just to mention that we are like the youth or the organization are most in contact with the communities. So we know what are the challenges, what are the problems, and also we have the solutions. I don't blame the government for not implementing like realistic solutions for this for marginalized communities, but I think it's time to include youth not only in decision making but also giving them the chance and giving them more financial support, because let's be frank here, we have almost everything. Let's say the tools, we have the energy, we have the like experience and the knowledge, but we need financial support to implement our ideas, our innovative ideas, and also our programs. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'm not going to intervene so that I will give our panelists their responses with this mic.
Yeah, thank you very much. Let me start with Ngalang from South Sudan. Climate effect, it affects from at the country level, at the regional level, and at the global level. Meaning that what someone does in Europe will also affect you while in Africa. And that's why we are being impacted, when actually for us, because of less industrialization, we had not had much of the climate change. And the reason why we are meeting at the COP is to harmonize policies globally, so that it's not only a few countries doing it and not others. But at the same time, there is a lot of emphasis that we must do at home for each of the countries. Really, it's what it was mentioned here by saying we need the importation only of electric vehicles. I was a minister of infrastructure as well. And one of the things was every morning you'd go with the Minister of Environment with a small machine, and as you go around, it will show you yellow, green, red. During the peak hours, it was very red. And then we had to introduce a tax to make sure that if you are going to work during that period, you have to pay for that. And that money would be used for climate activities. So it was very serious. And then for the vehicles, we had to look at the emissions. They have to be checked every year to make sure that if it is polluting, either depending on the level, it's not allowed, or you have to pay heavily for that. And at the same time, we had to do several other things. We stopped the use of plastic bags. I think Rwanda was one of the first countries to do that. So that initially it was saying, what alternative do you have? We tried, and then they had to put a decision. It said, from this time, no more plastic bags. And we had to find alternative very quickly, and we got them. But then what we realized that was very, very important, and that's why I come back to the issue of our colleague from Morocco. You know, we started what they call Innovation Fund. And we allowed young people to innovate. And so many young people in the area of climate, they came up with so many products that are really addressing the issues of climate. And one of them was, I remember, for the transportation. They came up with so many innovations that were preventing any kind of pollutions. So what it means is that you allow them to innovate, to think, come up with a product. Because they don't have collateral, they cannot go to commercial banks. There was a fund for them. And then there was an incubation center where they could take them through and talk to them about how to get money, how to pay back, how to manage people, how to do this. But they came up with so many products. It's not the old people, it's the young people who had graduated from the university who are coming up with these kind of products. So we can do so much at home. We can do so much and influence the continent so that we learn from each other. But at the same time, at the global level, we need to harmonize to make sure that if you do your best, everybody should also chip in and do something. Otherwise, we don't want to be affected when you have done our best and the other people in other continents are not doing the same. So when you go to the COP, that's why we need to influence, is because we all need to do it. Because they are the ones who are advanced in terms of technology. They are the ones polluting quite a lot. And that's why it is very important for us to also to influence and to make sure that they also participate in that. And for the military bases that you mentioned, here, and that's why you can help us. What are the issues that are polluting? Everything from vehicles to military equipments to all other issues, once you put them together, you can say, this is what we can do as individuals, this is what we can do as a country, and this is what we can do jointly together. So it takes almost all of us, that's why you are here, for us to exchange ideas. Then for Morocco, which by the way, we must appreciate Morocco has done this, for us who follow, for us who follow up on renewable energy, Morocco has developed the 10.2 gigawatts of energy that is renewable. That is wind and solar. It is exporting it to the UK and then to be distributed around Europe. Egypt is doing the same. It is exporting it. It's now underground cable that is going to Greece, that is also going to Europe. Now we are discussing that Morocco also supports the south, so that we, instead of using the generators and other things, then we can also use that kind of renewable energy. We are going to have our conference, the next conference of finance ministers in Morocco in March next year. And some part of the things that we'll be discussing is actually those things in terms of renewable energy at the regional level, but also we appreciate what you have done in terms of electric vehicle manufacturing, of which we want to link it with a project that is that we are doing between DRC and Zambia that is producing the batteries, but also feeding Morocco, because Morocco is going to become one of the largest exporter in terms of electric vehicles on the continent. So there are many things that can be done, but it requires people like you doing a PhD and others who are innovating. And then for us, we find resources that can help to go into those areas that can reduce emissions, that can really have a positive impact on climate change. And we need to lead by example. We want to show them that we as Africans can do way much better, and then they can learn from us. And this is where we have an advantage because we have not done much of the pollution. And if you can prevent at this point in time, I think to be very helpful and to be an example. So thank you so much.
Excellent answers. I'll just make a couple more points. One is on local solutions. I think when we look at our continent, we are fragmented, as Philip said earlier, from colonial borders, but we've also, from history, been individual tribes, multiple of them. And the fragmentation of our continent is not just in countries, it's also in economies, which means also in terms of infrastructure. When you build a power project for a country like Rwanda or Burundi, where you're serving 8 million people, you're not building the same scale of a power plant that you would if you were serving 60 million people who also need heating and cooling because they're in the global north. So our solutions must be designed from the ground up for our realities. Smaller transactions, smaller scale projects which serve localized needs. This traditionally has been very difficult because for you to get efficient electricity, you had to build 100 megawatt diesel or coal or whatever power plant. Today, with a few hundred kilowatts and a battery storage, you can serve a local community. So we are very fortunate that the progress in technology is leaning towards small is beautiful, which lends itself enormously to our needs on the continent. But if you try to superimpose a solution from elsewhere, it does not fit into our needs. That is the technology and infrastructure side. Unfortunately, it's also married on the money side. Investors want big transactions because each transaction costs money to do. So they only want to do big transactions. Well, if we have a portfolio of small projects that lend themselves to serving our needs on the continent, but the money doesn't fit in, you end up with round holes and square pegs. This is where financial architecture reform is so critical. First and foremost, locally. If you look at our continent, and the UNECA Secretary General will tell you, there are over $1 trillion of funds sitting around in pension funds, in insurance companies, and so on. But our regulations have not allowed that money to flow into some of these sectors. So we need innovation on the financing side, first and foremost with our own money, because it is local, it understands the context, but crucially, it's local currency. We pay a huge tax for borrowing money in dollars. So innovation on the technology side, now we have the solutions, the business models that make sense. There's a lot of work to be done on the financing side, but as that is happening, we also need ways of aggregating these projects so that they speak to what is available today in terms of money. And this is where aggregation is so critical. And again, AFSEN as well as other platforms are looking at how do we build efficient ways of supporting multiple similar projects so they can raise money from investors who can only do $100 million checks, but you only need 5 million for your project. So that is on ensuring we have local solutions for our local needs. The other is on the military bases, AFRICOM and so on. In Kenya, some military practices caused a wildfire that destroyed a huge part of the conservancies in Laikipia. What the government did was sit down with that particular government's people and agree on a financial compensation. What was not included, which we must insist on, particularly you as young people, is your involvement in deciding how that compensation is spent. One, to act as a deterrent, but second, build resilient infrastructure that does not have susceptibility to those kinds of challenges. And thirdly, ensuring that you're able to build on what has been done. So yes, they play a role in terms of supporting security, and they do bring money to our continent. So it's a positive. But we also need to make sure our governments are held accountable for ensuring that our friends who use our countries are, one, not causing problems, but two, when that happens, the compensation and the implementation is led in part with your involvement as young people. The other one is on financing, which I talked about a little bit earlier, which is we've had great ideas from young people But how do you scale those? There's a young man who maybe 10, 15 years ago was all over the news for having built a wind turbine that brought power to Malawi. I have met him a few times. Does anybody know his name? Kamkwamba, excellent. Where is he now? We need to build infrastructure that supports our young people and their innovations so that they go from a great idea, that's a prototype, into a product that is widely distributed. If Kakwamba was in the global north, he would be in a very different position. That's how Elon Musk is where he is today. He had an idea, he had an ecosystem, and he was supported. And the first business was successful. He built onto the second and the third, and the rest is history. How do we build that ecosystem? It starts with you. Again, the way you're organizing yourselves is a huge first step because you're raising attention to your innovations. Secondly, it's engagement. Talking in these forums, speaking with those of us who can and must influence things to move in your direction is critical. And thirdly, it's you yourself. It is not enough to have an innovation and then complain there's no money. You must roll up your sleeves and knock on as many doors as you can, engage with as many people as you can, because ultimately there are people who want to make this happen and want to help. But you have to do your part. And it's not enough that you show up with a great idea. Think about it end to end. What is the idea? What is the unlocking? How does it fit into the person I'm going to talk to's mandate and responsibility? I keep saying that money is very lazy and it has guardrails. If you're an innovator and you approach a pension fund, the pension fund cannot help you. Why? Because they're at the other end of the risk spectrum from where you are. So doing your homework, making sure that you're talking to the right people and showing up with the right pieces of the puzzle. The technology is interesting, but who's the customer? How much are they willing to pay? And how many of those can you find tells an investor whether there's a conversation to be had there or not. So please do your homework and then make a great effort to talk to those of us who can and are very, very keen to support. And then finally on local communities and particularly indigenous people. When I led the first Africa Climate Summit, Pakchat, Dr. Mithika is here as well as Philip, organized a sit down with indigenous people. And they asked me, how dare you create solutions from the city of Nairobi when we have been living in our rural communities for centuries. We have seen floods, we've seen droughts, we know what to do with these things. We just need your support to do this at scale, but you should not be superimposing your solutions on us. That for me was a huge eye-opener. And my strong encouragement to all of you is to speak your truth, because just because I'm on a podium doesn't mean I know your context, doesn't mean I have your solutions. I'm willing to listen, I'm willing to provide what I know, but it must be married with where you're coming from and your context for it to be successful. Thank you.
Maybe if I can just add on one thing on energy that just to tell you where we are focusing now. We have a big challenge. One, we believe that we've been exporting our critical minerals in the raw form or semi-finished products. And with agriculture, minerals, and other things, we are establishing 94 value chains across the continent so that we don't do things in one country. We want to make sure that we do it across several countries to have an impact. But they require energy, and we need renewable energy. And the tradition was that we've been used to having your own energy on your own boundaries, which is actually limiting. If you produce too much, then you don't have a market. And that is what is happening now in Southern Africa, where countries like Zambia are now getting load shed of 17 hours with no electricity. And at the same time, their neighbor, Angola, is having a surplus. They don't have anywhere to sell it. So we are focusing on the regional power pools. And that's why recently there was a meeting here for Eastern Power Pool from here, Ethiopia, all the way to Burundi. Countries getting together and they say, how do we trade in energy? So that you can buy from as far as Tanzania buy energy here in Ethiopia, and then agree on everything. So they have agreed on at least wheeling charges, how to transport it. They've agreed on a trading platform. They've agreed on a settlement bank. Now they can trade in energy. In other words, you don't have to rush and produce the energy now. You can do it progressively, but for those that have excess can also be selling it. And you want it to be renewable energy. And that's what we are saying in Eastern Power Pool, Southern Africa Power Pool, and also West African and so forth, so that we look at it as a region, as a product that you can sell. Because this is sold everywhere. All you need to do is buy energy from anywhere, and the whole entire system infrastructure is there. So what we are trying to do, and this is where you do, is that if we produce, because right now we have 600 million people who don't have electricity. I'm not talking about energy, who don't have electricity. And we need that electricity to be renewable because you have excess of it. But how do you do it if you don't have a market? And that's why we are creating a market. How do you do it if you don't have resources? That's why we are very busy mobilizing resources. And that's why we need your products to make sure that you have proper projects that are innovative, and then you work together to mobilize the resources so that you can implement those projects, which also have a very wonderful impact on climate. And that's what can change, really. We don't necessarily to start with big things. We can start small, but at least impactful, especially as far as climate is concerned.
Thank you so much, Mr. Clever and Joseph, for the great insights that you've shared and engaged with the young people. And I want to, if you allow me, recognize the presence of the African Group of Negotiators Chairperson, Dr. Richard Muyungi. He's with us here in the house. Let's appreciate him. And I know he carries the weight of harmonizing African climate policy proposals to the world. And we appreciate that you could take the time to still be here with us today. And Mr. Clever, if you may allow, because I know he requested to transition to another session, if we could give him a minute to say hi to us. And also, we will be able to bring the declarations and the outcomes of this assembly so that you could champion for us as the chair of the AGN as well.
Yes, good to see you. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you. No, send us to
Good afternoon, Your Excellencies. Indeed, Your Excellencies, because if 60% of the African population is under 25 years of age, then Your Excellencies, because you own the continent. I mean, seriously, Secretary General and Joseph, if you have 60% of the continent under the age of 25, the people you see here, they actually must lead us. So you own the continent, not tomorrow, but today. So congratulations, indeed, congratulations for this wonderful assembly, an important assembly. I was running between meetings, but I said I must come to assure you as the AGN chair that whatever resolutions will come from here will be taken on board beyond CST2 to Belém and beyond. So indeed, I look forward to the outcome of this assembly. And let me once again assure you, as your chair, that as much as I can, I will ensure that we take many of you to Belém so that your voices can be heard by the whole world. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Richard. And just as we mentioned earlier, just to remind you that the youth have also prepared a scorecard to track all the commitments that have been made here. And I'm sure they've taken note of that and they'll hold you to account as well. And thank you so much for being here with us today. We'll submit the declaration to you. Now, because we need to move to the celebration of the day. Are you ready? I'd like to hand over this session now to Charles from the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance, who is going to All right, so I'm requested that we'll do a quick photo and then we'll go to the ceremony, but I also want Charles as well to take after this. Okay. All right, so we'll invite the
And also, what do you have on your hands? Flags, everything, right? Everybody should get up and show the young energy here. Let's go. Hey, let's go. Squeeze if you can. We really want to see your flags. Where are your flags? Squeeze a little bit so that everybody can be in the picture.
What do you want? When do you want it? What do you want? What do you want it? What do you want? What do you want it? What do you want? What do you want it? What do you want? What do you want?
Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. We may now take our seats. We may now take our seats. Kindly let's take our seats. Hi. Kindly let's take our seats. Kindly let's take our seats. Kindly let's take our seats.
we sit down? Thank you so much. So, Your Excellency, Dr. Jairu, the Vice President of University of Addis Ababa University, Dr. Bikira, my very good friend, Dean School of Science and Computational Sciences, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I was started to say good morning, good evening. Young people of Africa, what do we want? When do we want it? You know, you have to do the very, very final test to ensure that you guys are out. Because you have just completed the very last topic on your syllabus since it started in 20, on 5th of August this year. So we are going to run a very short program. You have been here for 2 weeks. Some of you arrived here as early as 24th of August. You started engagements from 5th of August. And I think we have now concluded summer school with that presentation. Right. These gentlemen, we are going to start, of course, with Dr. Milika Mwenda, the Executive Director of Pan-African Private Justice Science. Dr. Milika Mwenda, you can come to the stage.
Actually, it's not my colleague. I can call him even because he really inspires me whenever he speaks. When he speaks, I can assure you, you will get a standing ovation. Comrade, you were in another meeting. I called him Dr. Brian Kagoro. He told me from today I should never miss that. Comrade Brian Kagoro. Comrade, you have the floor. Let me say this inspire these young people, the leaders of not tomorrow, today.
What do you want? When do you want it? I'm going to try and be very disciplined because I was told that I'm addressing graduates. It happened that at Yale University, they invited a speaker like I have just been invited to come and give an inspirational talk. And the speaker started by saying, Y for youthfulness, and A for aptitude. He went on and on. L for learning, E for excellence. When he was done, one young people at the back of the hall said, thank God he's not from the University of Massachusetts. We would have slept here. The same story that my brother Clever Gatete told you, I was told the same story, except the end is that at the end of the speech, there was one person who remained. And that person, when the speech ended, clapped vigorously. And the speaker said, at least you're the only one, unlike those people who don't appreciate the pearls of wisdom. He said, sir, I own the PA system. I was waiting for you to finish. So there are certain things that we know that you've learned. That climate change affects agriculture and food security, resulting in declining crop yields. And for pastoral communities, it affects livestock, leading to losses in that livestock, leading to losses in productivity, increased animal death. You were told it leads to food shortages, which are life-threatening, which affects nutrition. And once people have no access to nutrition, it essentially means they cannot have the cognitive competencies and capacities to compete in schools. You were told that it affects economic development due to reduced GDP growth, and in particular that climate change will lead to about 5% GDP losses in Africa. And then you were also told that there are hindrances to other sectors, including agriculture, water resources, energy, tourism, that it enhances vulnerability, that there are disproportionate impacts for Africa, that it may lead and does lead to conflicts over resources, widening inequality, and in particular for women. And as you did all these things, you now are experts at the dangers of climate change. My own job on the continent for the last so many decades has been to remind us that any cadre, any fighter who is conscious of the enormity or the size of the problem they face without being conscious of their own competence and capacity soon becomes a coward, a cynic, a skeptic, and a pessimist. I'll repeat that. If you know everything that's wrong and you do not know your own potential, you will soon become a cynic and a skeptic. And there is nothing as dangerous to youth as cynicism and skepticism. Because in order to fight, you need morale. In order to fight, you need passion. You need moral outrage. In order to fight, you need conviction. But if you are convinced that the problems are too big, you are unlikely to fight. But I took inspiration that by design, by accident or accident, the organizers brought us here to the Adwa Memorial Museum. It's called the Victory Memorial Museum. And in an earlier meeting, I tried to explain to those who understand the history of Adwa. The history of Adwa has certain echoes which young people in Africa often miss, but they need to constantly understand. Africa has suffered from chattel enslavement. When Africans were carried across the oceans and millions died in the Middle Passages. Africa has suffered from colonialism, where territories were divided by a group of white men who were drinking whiskey in Berlin and simply divided countries up such that they created the futures of generations of future conflict, but they also created the global division of labor, where Africa provides raw materials and Africa becomes the site of extraction, where Africans either become markets or victims. It's 100 years after Berlin. Can you say to your neighbor, 100 years after Berlin? So today I am here to do two things. To tell you what is the mandate of young people 100 years after Berlin, a century after Berlin. Number two, what is the mandate of young people when they sit 100 years after Berlin at the Adwa Memorial Victory Museum? It is to commit themselves as the new liberators of their moment, of their continent, of their countries. Not just from the threat of conflict, but from the threat of recolonization and new forms of imperialism, including green imperialism. 100 years after Berlin. It is to understand the lessons of Adwa and understand this. Liberatory climate action requires that you appreciate the nature of future economies that are driven by critical minerals. And that what Africa is bargaining for is not better prices. What Africa is bargaining for is not more humane extraction. What Africa is bargaining for is to be the primary owner and beneficiary of the wealth that endures this continent. What Africa is bargaining for is the courage to do what Menelik II did, is to fight the new imperial age. We're not fighting to be included. If you are, go on your own. We're not fighting to be recognized because the train long passed the station. We are fighting to own, to lead, and to control. We're fighting to own, to lead, and to control. We're not fighting to be consumers of technology. We're fighting to be designers of technology and owners of technology. But my friends, I can excite you politically and you feel politically inspired. But inspiration without the technical competence, without the knowledge, the data, and the statistic is simply intellectual witchcraft. I have not come here to make you feel good, because it's a waste of time to make people feel good, feel like they are fighters, and they go back to poverty, they go back to toxic dumping by companies, they go back to sellouts by government, they go back to green imperialism, they go back to Africans being workers, they go back to young people dying in their thousands trying to get to Europe to go and do some little care work or security work for the people who are extracting billions from them. Friends, the challenge of this generation is to appreciate we were not colonized because we were culturally inferior. We were colonized because technologically we were outnumbered by a few white men. This is not racism. So this is not about the color. The people who outpace you technologically, therefore are able to dominate you, could be any color, black, white, or green. But this generation, 100 years after Berlin, must say no more and never again. So, my friends, your own commitment must be get the knowledge. Without knowledge, without data, without statistic, you are simply an angry, misguided missile. Menelik II understood the power of numbers. In the earlier meeting, I told them that the Italians had superior weapons. Menelik went and found weapons from the Russians and elsewhere. William Tunga, the former Chief Justice of Kenya, long taught a few people that there are three ways to approach knowledge. Number one, indigenize, which means rely on your own knowledge. What is it in knowledge in Ethiopia, in Kenya, in Burundi, in Malawi, in Central Africa Republic, in Senegal, in Mali? What kind of indigenous knowledge is needed to counter the moment and to create the futures we deserve? Indigenized knowledge. Number two, diversify knowledge. We were raised so committed to becoming francophone, anglophone, lusophone, and many other phonies. And let me tell you, in the process of becoming phonies, so we would compete on whether you were speaking English with the right intonation, with the right diction, and French with the right intonation, with the right diction. And if you broke the English, people then would look down upon you. And I've come to say to the youth, break the English to show you are liberated a little bit. It is not the diction and the intonation or the accent. It is the ideas that you convey. If you can convey them in your own mother tongue, then you can connect with your own village. What good is understanding climate justice in English and in French, and you cannot in your own Oromo language, Somali language, Gikuyu, Acholi language, Shona, Zulu, Xhosa language, in your own Wolof, transmit that knowledge to those in the villages, in the front lines of climate injustice. What good? What good? What good is speaking such that the English, or say that guy is so well spoken, or as President Trump said to one of our presidents, your English is so good, where did you learn it? We are not trying to get accolades. It's not a political beauty pageantry. What we're trying to get is liberation in our lifetime. That means we have to hold corporations to account. It's not just corporate social responsibility, it's corporate accountability. Come on. Because the polluter must pay. My friends, I could go on and on and on. But what I came to say to you is that climate reparations, ecological reparations, must be part of the African Union decade of justice for persons of African descent and Africans through reparations. Climate reparations must be part of that. Because distributive justice, going beyond loss and damage, addressing debt as a justice issue, as a moral issue, as a technology transfer issue is important. There is a Canadian poet called Edward Markham. Edward Markham wrote a poem, and I'm going to end with it. He said in his poem, "Why do we build these cities so glorious if in building the city, the builder remains unbuilt?" Can I repeat? Edward Markham was saying, it is not just the infrastructure. It is not just the cities. It is the African, the souls of black men and black women globally must decide that they are liberated. And to determine you are liberated, you must move away as Africans from the suspicions that made you regard each other either as inferior or in criminal terms or in suspicious terms. Otherwise, the Sudanese will never get along with the Egyptian. The Egyptian will never get along with the Kenyan. The Ethiopian will never get along with the Burundian. And you will all find a patriotism of hate and division. And the dream of Kwame Nkrumah of building an Africa that is united, an Africa that stands with one voice, will never become a reality. You, my friends, are the spoiled brats of liberation. No, let me tell you why. Nelson Mandela did not have TikTok. Nelson Mandela could not go viral. Nelson Mandela did not have X. Nelson Mandela did not have IG. Nelson Mandela was able to link with Haile Selassie. He was able to link with the Senegalese and to liberate the continent. Nelson Mandela did not attend conferences in these beautifully built conference halls. And yet he had enough conviction to liberate a country. You have it all, but do you have the courage and the conviction that make you much more than echoes of the empire or professional conference attendees or those who get certificates from taking selfies with important people? Selfies will not liberate Africa. But I'm persuaded, that's why I agreed to come, that I'm